Okay, little sound check for the stream. Little sound check for the stream. 1 2 1 2 3. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5. We'll see how that goes. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3.
Legislature to offer Bible school, not Bible school, but to offer a Bible as an elective under the guise of history and sociology and how that impacted the world we know, not on a theological basis. I mean, just like in the same way you would look at, To Kill a Mockingbird, or Uncle Tom's Cabin, or any number of things that you would see that influence our culture in the United States. It's a document. I mean, yes, it's a religious text. Yes, I believe it is the Word of God. But it's still a document. It's still a document that has had profound impact on the world. And if you don't know the basic stories of it and the basic tenets of what it shows, I think it's a severe handicap. And to say throughout our education system, we're going to learn about all kind of things, just not that, I think is a great injustice and starts to
The following is a presentation of KNOX Sports.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome downtown Grand Forks to Grand Forks Central High School, where tonight we are set to tip off the 2024-25 basketball season with a doubleheader outside the league as the Grand Forks Central Knights are at home to entertain the Dickinson Midgets this evening downtown at Grand Forks on a Friday night. We bring it to you tonight courtesy of our premier sports partners. They include Rivard's Turf and Forage and Grand Trailer Sales. Rivard's Turf and Forage in Grand Forks and Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks. Ryan Cunningham, Joey Springer on our video work tonight. This is a different way to start off basketball seasons than we got used to for many, many years in a jam-packed Eastern Dakota Conference. Gone are three teams that used to be in the Class A division. They're now playing in the Middle Division, Devils Lake, Wahpeton, and Valley City. And that opens the door for more things that can happen as far as crossover non-conference games. We saw in the WDA, for those of you that are in Dickinson as well, and a number of teams dropping down there, including the likes of Watford City and so on. And so what we're left with is the opportunity to see each other once again in the non-conference season. Remember the old East-West crossover days that we used to have right before Christmas? Well, they haven't made their way back yet. We're just playing some regular season games, and teams are crisscrossing the state to do it. And tonight, Dickinson comes here to Grand Forks to take on Grand Forks Central. For the Knights, it'll be a little different on both ends of the floor. On the girls' side of things, a new head coach, Mike Matheson, steps across the river from his assignment at Sacred Heart High School with girls basketball last year and has become the new head girls basketball coach at Grand Forks Central. And he drew on some experience to fill out his roster of coaches as well, because Jonathan Vonish, who's also a guy that's been around on the Minnesota small school side, as a former head coach at Climax Fisher, is now an assistant coach with Grand Forks Central as well. So the Knights are under new leadership coming into tonight on the girls' side. On the boys' side, it'll be very interesting to see how the Knights go about filling some very difficult positions to vacate last year. Ross Wilbur graduating, Eric Pay, good for over 20 points a game, playing Division I football now. And of course, Jack Simmers, who was just an all-everything athlete for Grand Forks Central a year ago, leading them to the state football championship matchup. And he was a great role player for this Grand Forks Central Knights boys basketball team as well. They've graduated. There were some young stars that are going to return on this team. They're going to go up against a player in Dickinson that comes back with all WDA honors from a year ago, Boston Cranston, averaging 17.8 points per game, leading the way for Dickinson. They bring back their leading scorer from a year ago. Dickinson will graduate 4 of their starters on the girls' side of things, 3 of their starters on the boys' side of things. So there's plenty of newness that will come up for Dickinson tonight as well, and it will be interesting to see how they all come together on both sides of the floor for both games, as we have a doubleheader tonight here at Grand Forks. And it'll be fun to see how that comes together for both teams tonight in both ends of this doubleheader. We bring it to you courtesy of our premier sports partners. They include Rivard's Turf and Forage, a premium seed dealer in Grand Forks. You can find them online at rivards.com. Their premium ice melter products that they make for the winter season, well, those are going to come into play for you very soon. We're expecting another round of freezing rain and snow to come in, a mixture on Sunday when it's time to melt that ice and make sure that your area around your home is safe. Think Rivards. You can find all of their products at their website, rivards.com. So if you're melting ice or getting ready for next year's Turf and Forage product, check out rivards.com. And Grand Trailer Sales, your home for all things trailer in East Grand Forks. Whether you're hauling for fun or you're hauling for your business, count on Grand Trailer Sales to keep you going. They have every make and model of trailer that you're looking for, and they also have the experience in their parts and service department to make sure that your trailer can be rehabbed and put back together in the right way so you can keep on keeping on. They want to get you moving again at Grand Trailer Sales. You'll find them on Highway 2 East in East Grand Forks. We've had a busy week of sports. We've got busier weeks coming up. It's a lot of fun to finally be to the winter sports season, and now they're all on for the start of basketball tonight. Grand Forks Central at home to take on Dickinson in the lid lifter of the 24-25 basketball season. We've got more for you coming up in just a couple of moments, so we invite you to stay with us for the course of this one tonight. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivard's Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need: turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
You've been waiting for a chance to do something that matters, something big without a big price tag. Welcome to Northland Community and Technical College. Here you can have a big impact on a small campus, in classrooms that mirror today's workplace, with instructors who teach from experience and know you by name. You've been waiting for a place like this. Are you ready?
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
We welcome you back to our coverage of high school basketball tonight on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports tonight from Central High School downtown in Grand Forks for a girls and boys doubleheader. It's Grand Forks Central hosting Dickinson tonight to start off the 2024-25 basketball season. Seems like not that long ago, we're at the Bismarck Events Center putting a wraps on a Class AA boys basketball season. Now it's time to dive in to another one here with boys and girls at the same time here tonight. And there's a ton of crossover games that we're going to talk about going across the state. And we'll give you a look at that schedule coming up here in a moment. Our pregame report this evening is brought to you by True North Equipment. True to your values and ready to serve you in Grand Forks and in the northern Red River Valley. Look to True North Equipment for the John Deere products that you've come to know and love over generations of growing here in the northern Red River Valley. And whether it's products for your home or lawn or products for your agricultural operation, True North Equipment's ready to help you in the northern Red River Valley. And our pregame report brought to you tonight by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. Stop and see what they have for their custom etching products and for some of the things that they can do with vinyl signage as well. They can put custom patches on any type of piece of clothing. They, of course, do the custom embroidery, silk screening as well. Signature Graphics and Apparel in East Grand Forks, making your vision come to life. Well, let's take a look at that schedule. For those of you that are with us tonight on KNOX Live Sports, and if you're catching this on radio this evening, you have the opportunity to take this in with video coverage tonight. You can go to our YouTube channel, which is KNOX TV on your smart device at home, and you can pull it in on your smart television, or you have the opportunity to take it in at our website, knoxradio.com. there is a browser under the sports tab and the live sports link, and you'll be able to find the video window for this matchup there tonight. Let's take a look at that schedule tonight and Drive for the Title. Drive for the Title is brought to you this evening by Toys for Trucks, your car, truck, and Jeep accessory supercenter in Grand Forks. Now, on the left-hand side of your screen, and for those of you on radio tonight, there's not a whole lot to talk about. No one's played a thing. Nothing in the league, nothing outside the league as of yet. So the teams that you see there, one of the reasons why I put that on the screen this evening is because it demonstrates just how small the league has become ever since it was split into 3 divisions in North Dakota basketball. Used to be a whole list of teams over there, and now with Wahpeton, Devils Lake, and Valley City playing in the middle division, you've got 9, and that's what you've got. Only 1 play-in game this year, and nobody's played as of yet, but everybody seems to be playing a crossover matchup tonight. Now, on the top of that list on the right-hand side of your screen, we have 5 doubleheaders this evening. Shanley goes to Bismarck Legacy. St. Mary's goes to West Fargo Horace. Williston goes to Fargo South. Dickinson comes here, and Fargo North goes to Mandan. Those are the 5 doubleheaders where a girls and boys team went across the state to play someone else. Now, on the south side of town tonight in Midtown, Red River is at home in girls only as they take on East Grand Forks this evening. That was not a girls-boys doubleheader, simply a standalone girls basketball matchup tonight between the Green Wave and the Rough Riders. And then we've got 2 doubleheaders that were split for some reason. Minot went to West Fargo to play girls basketball, but will be at home to play West Fargo and boys basketball. And Bismarck and Cheyenne did the same thing. Bismarck went to West Fargo to play a girls game. Cheyenne went to Bismarck to play a boys game. So there's still some of that splitting of the girls and boys schedule, which was just, quite frankly, not a good solution to have as far as scheduling was concerned back in the days of the full EDC. But you can see a couple of teams there, and it seems like it's the West Fargo schools that still believe in it. Everyone else is trying to play some doubleheaders, and hopefully we sort of make our way back to that format. Drive for the Title tonight, brought to you by Toys for Trucks, your car, truck, and Jeep accessory supercenter in Grand Forks. Right now we're talking about the automatic start products that they have, which are the good ones that will work for you all the time when you have a system installed from Toys for Trucks. No more cold drives to work in the morning, and they have a full line of performance tires, all the major brands that you're looking for to make sure that the snow and ice don't stop you when you're trying to get around. Toys for Trucks, 6105 Gateway Drive in Grand Forks. You can find them online as well, but stop and see them on Highway 2 West in Grand Forks. That's Drive for the Title tonight. We continue with our pregame report in a couple of moments. Our countdown to tip-off. You can see the clock down to 6.5 minutes before we lid lift this basketball season. Our drive time to tip-off is brought to you tonight by Mike's Custom Truck in Northwood and by Nelson Auto in Grand Forks. When we come back, we'll take a look at the players to watch in this upcoming matchup as to who could stand out for these 2 teams tonight here at Central High School. It's the Knights entertaining the Dickinson Midgets this evening, non-conference season opening basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always calls ahead to schedule service. We are online always. If you suffer from slow download speeds, call our certified network designers and installers. On call, on time, and online. RBB Electric won't leave you in the dark. RBB Electric, your 24/7 electricians.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Made of steel.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Wow, Ram buyers, listen up. Right now, get 22% off all remaining Ram trucks at Nelson Auto in Grand Forks. Yep, you heard right, 22% off. You pick 1500 or heavy duty and save 22% right off the top. Or get 0% for 72 months on select Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Pacifica, or Dodge Hornet. These are huge discounts and 0% is back. It's a great time to take a test drive. Grab these huge discounts and low financing now at Nelson Auto Center, Grand Forks.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball tonight in the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We're live tonight from Central High School, downtown Grand Forks. It's the non-conference season opener for the Grand Forks Central Knights and the Dickinson Midgets this evening. Ryan Cunningham, Joey Springer with our video work this evening downtown in Grand Forks as we continue with our pregame report this evening presented by True North Equipment. True to your values and ready to serve you throughout the Red River Valley, and brought to you tonight by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. Let's take a look at the players to watch coming into this one tonight with our Game Fuel. Game Fuel is presented this evening by Circle K. With new locations popping up all the time in Grand Forks, they have the brand new spot on South Washington Street in Grand Forks, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. Car wash, a large beverage bar, and a very impressive frozen food section. However, Circle K has made their full conversion as well on South Columbia Road in Grand Forks, and there are Circle Ks that are popping up near you in Grand Forks. Now, our Game Fuel tonight is for both games, so for those of you that are taking a look at our Game Fuel this evening on KNOX Live Sports, you can see there are both boys and girls names there, and we'll come back to this coming up for the boys game in our pregame report as we get ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader tonight. Here on the girls' side of things, for Central, Lauren Reardon, JC Reardon is really where you're going to start putting this team together for 24-25. Lauren Reardon, 22.1 points per game. A year ago, JC Reardon, nearly a double-double, 7.2 points, 8.7 rebounds per game a season ago as well. So those are the names that will jump off the page tonight for Grand Forks Central. For Dickinson, Lauren Selly is a returning starter. Jenna Nelson is a returning reserve. They'll both be in the starting lineup tonight. And Abby Prouse had a pretty good season last year off the bench, played some minutes at the end of the season as just a freshman for Dickinson. She'll be in the starting lineup tonight as well as a sophomore for the Dickinson Midgets. But Lauren Selly, returning starter, obviously a place where he gets started, and that's a 6-foot senior. That'll be a place that Central will have a bit of a tough matchup to deal with in that one tonight, and that's where it will start tonight for the Dickinson Midgets. And that's a look at our Game Fuel this evening, and it's brought to you by Circle K in Grand Forks. We'll continue with our pregame report in a moment. They'll be pausing for our national anthem. We will come back with our starting lineups in just a couple of moments, and we'll throw the ball up for 24-25. It's Central and Dickinson on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Branson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Branson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need for anything sports. Stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World. Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need: turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball tonight of the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. We thank our friends at True North Equipment and Signature Graphics and Apparel for bringing you our pregame report this evening as the Knights get set to host the Dickinson Midgets in non-conference basketball this evening. You can see we're ready to tip off. Our drive to tip off tonight brought to you by Mike's Custom Truck in Northwood and Nelson Auto in Grand Forks. And now let's take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. Our starting lineups this evening are brought to you by Franson Bank and Trust. Real people, real results. FransonBank.com. For the Dickinson Midgets this evening, starting in the guard positions will be Aaliyah Zastapil, a 5'7" sophomore, Abby Prouse, a 5'6" sophomore, and Ruby Valencia, a 5'8" junior. The starting forwards tonight, Jenna Nelson, a 6-foot junior, and Lauren Selly, a 6-foot senior. Terrence Lockett is the head coach of the Dickinson Midgets. He's assisted by Heather Ware and Alyssa Rushton. For Grand Forks Central tonight, the guards will be Taylor Olson, a 5'5" sophomore, Lauren Mallett, a 5'4" freshman, and Jayla Wald, a 5'6" sophomore. The forwards, J.C. Reardon, a 5'11" junior, and Lauren Reardon, a 5'8" senior. Mike Matheson is the new head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights. He's assisted by Aaron Erickson and Jonathan Vonish. And those are our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. And our starting lineups are brought to you this evening by Franson Bank and Trust. Real people, real results, FransonBank.com. Thank you for joining us here tonight on KNOX Live Sports, wherever you may be in the region. And for those of you joining us on KNOX Radio, a big thank you to you as well for taking in our coverage of high school sports tonight. We've got another big week coming up next week with some games that are planned at Tuesday night with Red River and West Fargo Horace in the league for a doubleheader, and East Grand Forks and Crookston set to play basketball against one another as we get going with that one coming up on Tuesday night as well. Central wins the opening tap. Lauren Mallett will bring the team up front, and it's a 3 by Lauren Reardon right off the bat. It'll be missed, but Mallett picks up an offensive rebound. They came back to the perimeter. They look back inside to Reardon. Works back to Mallett on the top of the key. Mallett, a bounce pass into the interior for Reardon. That's turned over. Loose basketball taken away, and up the floor with the drive quickly is Lauren Selly. Selly comes up empty. The ball's on the floor, and it's rescued again by Mallett for Grand Forks Central. And we'll see Dickinson come up the floor and put a little pressure on perhaps the smaller Grand Forks Central team. A pass to the corner deflected out of bounds on the far side, and this will stay with the Knights in the front court. Jenna Nelson, long arms, long legs. You can see why she was part of a 2.1 assist per game effort off the bench last year for Dickinson. Played a little off the bench in the final game of the year for the Midgets. A 3 out of the right corner by Lauren Reardon is strong, and you'll see Jenna Nelson run down the rebound for the Dickinson Midgets. Midgets in black with orange tonight, Central in white with silver and maroon. A crossover by Selly and a kick out. It came right back into the hands of Nelson, and now Selly again inside. A little 2-on-2 game, and a late foul coming up as they're going to ticket Taylor Olson reaching up to contest the shot, and this will put Selly on the foul line for Dickinson. So Lauren Selly will go to the foul line. Selly, a 6-foot senior, top returner coming back from this Dickinson team a year ago. They lost their top scorer from a year ago and their top rebounder as well. So they had a team that certainly wasn't oriented around one player in their final game a year ago, which was a loser-out game in the Western Dakota Association tournament. They had 3 players that were in double figures. They made some strides as the season went on. Selly comes up 0 for 2 on the effort at the foul line, but runs down her own loose rebound and drives the baseline with a basketball. Kicks it out, a 3-point shot on the way that's no good, out of the far hands of Macy Moe, I believe, who may have stepped into the starting lineup. Correction, that's not Moe, that's Aaliyah Zastapil that took the 3, and Lauren Reardon on the rebound ends up stepping on the far boundary. Be another turnover. Dickinson will get it back. Central has not been clean with the basketball so far tonight. Abby Prowse will inbound to Lauren Selly, and the Midgets go back to work. Selly looking back inside, trying to find Jenna Nelson, and that time J.C. Reardon stepped in front to form a turnover into the hands of Central. And now the Knights against full court pressure up the floor, and a transition 3 by Taylor Olson is an air ball. Rebound to Selly on the weak side for Dickinson. Midgets on the run quickly. Selly crossing over against Lauren Reardon. A stop. Shot got blocked by J.C. Reardon. It's loose on the floor. Zastapil's able to pick it up. Now we'll see a whistle as Central tried to force a held ball. We're going to see another foul against the Knights. Foul will go against number 21. That'll be Jayla Wald that picks up her first personal foul. The second against Dickinson, rather against Central. Central probably not going to be the deepest of teams. They don't want to get in too much foul trouble early. Nelson a 3 that's strong from the perimeter, and the loose ball rebound is won by Lauren Mallett for Grand Forks Central. No score. Played 1 minute and 45 seconds of the opening half of basketball. Ball in the backcourt. Wald taking a look up the floor and is in some trouble. Lost handle on the basketball. Selly has it. Hard drive to the basket will score, and Dickinson's on the board. Lauren Selly goes to the basket and scores the opening bucket of the night. And Dickinson takes a 2-0 lead, and now they force another turnover out of pressure defense. Zastapil kicks it out. 3-point shot from the left wing from Prowse. That will come up strong. Lauren Reardon has the rebound for the Knights. Reardon looking up the floor. Skies went out to Wald on the right sideline. Wald driving down to the corner. Jenna Nelson comes out to defend her. It's a strong defender on the perimeter. They play Nelson out on the bottom of a 2-3 zone, and a timeout taken by Dickinson as a rebound was brought down by Ruby Valencia, and she was struggling to keep her feet from moving. We'll see a 30-second timeout. Our timeouts are brought to you this evening by our friends at Apex Apparel, your hometown family-owned quick turnaround promotional shop in Grand Forks. And our timeouts are brought to you as well by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of agricultural tires in the region. And a quick 30-second timeout taken by the Dickinson Midgets, who lead by a score of 2-0. Scoreboard updates tonight are presented by Altru. Regular screenings with Altru's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit altru.org or call 780-5000. Midgets will inbound the basketball, leading by a score of 2-0. Been a sluggish affair so far. 2.5 minutes in. A lot of turnovers so far. Jenna Nelson posting high, kicking out. 3-point shot off a seal for Prowse. Ends up no good, and the rebound is brought down inside by Lauren Reardon. She'll outlet to J.C. Reardon, who released on the transition play. Reardon will score in the left hand, and Central is on the board for the first time tonight. J.C. Reardon's first 2, transition basket, and now a post-entry pass denied as Nelson posted high again. It's loose on the floor. Ball's rescued by Selly. She goes looking for help from Jenna Nelson. Now Valencia looking down low, finding Zastapil for Dickinson. A stop. Zastapil pulls up and it trickles off the front of the rim. J.C. Reardon has the rebound. Quick outlet pass again. Mallett got free in transition but misses a left-handed layup. Jenna Nelson, the rebound for Dickinson. Now she wants to run with a 3-on-3 look in front of her. She'll look left side. 3 on the way. Comes up no good from Prowse. And actually, correction, Selly taking that shot. Ball will go back into the hands of Grand Forks Central, and a rebound from Lauren Reardon. Ball on the right side of the floor. Taylor Olson back to Reardon. 3, top of the key. Stuck between the heel of the rim and the backboard. That'll be a held ball, and the arrow is going to favor Dickinson. And now we're going to have to get the basketball free. And the Midgets are going to send in a substitution as well. And for those of you that are listening or viewing in Dickinson tonight, I may say the Blue Hawks a couple of times. I am the person who comes out and does the games for Valley City State. So when I'm used to saying Dickinson, I'm usually saying the Blue Hawks, not the Midgets. So if I do that, my apologies. Certainly not meant to be anything derogatory. Macy Moe, a 5'8 junior, comes into the game for Dickinson to get things moving in the right direction for the Midgets. And a 3 by Abby Prouse from the right side is the first triple of the night. Prouse will score, and it's 5-2 in favor of the Midgets. And now another takeaway. Selly to the basket will score. Lauren Selly comes up with a turnover and back to the basket for an easy basket. And all of a sudden, Dickinson leads by a score of 7-2 on the all-true scoreboard. And another near throwaway, a loose ball picked up, and driving to the basket to score is Taylor Olson. But that's a broken play that shouldn't have gone the direction of Grand Forks Central. They were about to turn the basketball over again, but Dickinson, a bad break on that one. And the Midgets will have their lead cut down to 3. Here's another 3 from the top of the key. That one coming from Abby Prouse. That's no good. Rebound trickles out to the near wing. Olsen with the basketball looking to Mallett in the middle of the floor. Mallett spins against the pressure that picks her up at the time stripe. Now Mallett to work looking to the near side. Olsen touch pass. J.C. Reardon turning against Valencia. Driving into the basket. Kicking it back towards the right side. Wald looking to the right elbow. Lauren Mallett from 8 feet. Little runner to the basket. No good. Reardon a physical offensive rebound. Turnaround follow away. Missed it, but she'll go to the line. Go back a couple of moments ago on our American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and this is how quickly it can happen on a turnover. Dickinson takes the lead, and Grand Forks Central ends up turning the ball back over. Great read by Lauren Selly, who just cuts the basket and comes in with a second score in short order for Dickinson. A little takeaway breakaway in the half court, and Grand Forks Central went down by 5 at the moment. It was now down to 3, and J.C. Reardon will miss the front end of 2 foul shots. Central will make a couple of changes as well in their lineup. We'll see the Knights sending in Natalie Abrahamson, a 5'7 sophomore. And we'll see if we also saw one of the reserves coming in. That might be McKenna Roach that's coming to the matchup. It is. McKenna Roach is coming to the matchup. And McKenna Roach, a 6-foot sophomore, a little bit of size for Central on the floor. Neither foul shot will find its way for J.C. Reardon. Lead remains 3 for Dickinson. Selly driving and a whistle hand check foul coming up against the Knights on the drive from Selly. Foul will go against Lauren Mallett. That'll be her first and the third. The opening foul of the night went against Ruby Valencia for Dickinson. That was the first against the Midgets. And now the Midgets inbound the basketball. Macy Moe set to throw it in. She'll play to Selly on the top of the key. Selly driving right, picked up by some help side defense. Kicks out. Prouse for 3, in and out, back in, good. Abby Prouse knocks down her second three-point shot tonight. Midgets take a 6-point lead by a score of 10-4 and more. All-out full-court pressure, just player to player in the backcourt with the jump switch trap. Central's in some trouble. Long outlet pass up the floor. Roach was able to run it down. The Knights again catch a break, getting into the front court. Mallett looking near side, and a long two-point shot is good off the near wing. Natalie Abrahamson steps in and hits that, and the lead is cut to 4 by a score of 10-6. Midgets back into the front court with the basketball. A stop, a look in, and a ball to Jenna Nelson. The high post denied. Loose basketball on the wing. Macy Moe fighting for it. Ends up going to the floor. She ended up touching the boundary as she went down to the floor. The near sideline. That'll be out of bounds off of Dickinson. And Grand Forks Central will get the basketball back within 4. And we'll see the Midgets making a change. You'll see Taya Rodakowski, 5'7 junior, stepping into the lineup for the first time. She was listed as perhaps number 7 coming off the bench tonight as far as the rotation. Mallett, the Euro step. Correction, not Mallett. It was Reardon on the Euro step and comes up just empty. Valencia comes down with a rebound for Dickinson. 10-6 your score. Midgets by 4 on the all-true scoreboard. 12 minutes to play in the opening half. Selly, couple of ball fakes through a defender. Pull up on from 18 feet. That's missed. Actually, correction, that was Prouse on the mid-range pull-up. Now she picks up her own miss and pulls up for 3. That's off the heel. And J.C. Reardon goes looking for a rebound and finds one. Lauren Reardon out to the right side for Lauren Mallett for Central. Mallett comes up to the right wing looking to hand off. Finds McKenna Roach. Will step to the baseline. Stopped by Roach. She's being pressured hard by Selly on the wing. And violation of the out-of-bounds stripe again. Lauren Mallett trying to use a screen and run down the sideline. Ends up stepping on the boundary. Central will make a change, and we'll see the return of Jayla Ward, 5'6 sophomore, stepping into the guard position for the Knights. 10-6, 4-point lead for the Midgets over Grand Forks Central. Prouse comes into the front court with a basketball for the Midgets. She'll work towards the right side, got a screen, a foul, illegal screen. Ruby Valencia going to be called for her second, and we'll see now how deep the Midgets are going to be. Head coach Terrence Lockett takes a look around as Valencia picks up an illegal screen. She'll stay on the floor for now. Dickinson will send a player to the table for the next dead ball, but Valencia will be out there for at least a possession as a bit of a target here. Jayla Wall with a behind-the-back dribble, handing to Lauren Mallett, or actually Lauren Reardon, I should say, out between the rings. Reardon looking left side. Her pass was contested by Jenna Nelson. Back to Ward, off to the right side. Long two-point shot is good. Toe on the line for Natalie Abrahamson. She's hit a couple of those from the perimeter tonight. And the Central deficit has been cut to 2 by a score of 10-8. Abby Prowse working right side, got a screen. It was jumped. She comes back to Selly, who set the screen. Selly misses. Valencia's putback draws a foul. Offensive rebound. It was not Valencia. My apologies, folks. For Dickinson, that was Taya Rodakowski that came down with the offensive rebound. Her putback drew a foul, and we'll see if Dickinson makes the change now with Valencia on the floor with 2 fouls. Taya Rodakowski to the line for the Midgets, and Rodakowski knocks down the front end. And we will see the change as Valencia will step off the floor. Dickinson will send in Jenna Zubke, a 5'11 sophomore. Played a lot of varsity minutes, or rather JV minutes, I believe, in watching the JV game tonight. Second foul shot is good for Taya Rodakowski, and the Midgets will increase their lead back to 4 by a score of 12-8. Walled in the backcourt for Central. Working right side, goes behind the back with a dribble to get across. Still hit by a bit of a double-team trap out in the top of the key. Ball comes back to the near side of the floor. Abrahamson pulling up again from the mid-range, missing. Roach deflects a long rebound. It's loose on the floor inside the lane. Another scrambles on for it. Nelson went down to get it. We've got a couple of whistles for a held ball. This time Central's going to have the advantage. So the Knights will maintain possession in the front court. And Wald is set to toss the basketball in for Central. 12-8 your score on the All True scoreboard. 10.5 to play opening half. Off the catch, Abrahamson connects for 3. Natalie Abrahamson off the bench has got 7 points tonight. Abrahamson has been very good for Central, giving them a scoring lift off the bench. And the one-time 6-point lead, actually one-time 5-point lead, 6-point lead, will go back to 3 after a quick take to the basket by Lauren Selly. Selly will hit her 6th point tonight. Before that, the 3-point shot by Abrahamson cut it to a 1-point game. Now it's 14-11 in favor of the Midgets. Wald wants a 3. That one's short, and a loose ball underneath the basket's picked up by Rodakowski for Dickinson. Midgets back into the front court. Ball brought up by Abby Prowse. Prowse takes a look. High post Selly off the right elbow. The turn from 8 feet. Bank shot good. And she's got 8. Lauren Selly with 4 field goals so far tonight, leading the way just as Dickinson had drawn it up coming in. McKenna Roach for the Knights off the right side of the floor. Coming back to Lauren Reardon. Wald will take a look at another 3. That's good. A step back for Jayla Wall, knocking down the second triple of the night for Central. And the Knights have cut the lead back to 2 at 16-14. Near the halfway point of the opening half, Rodakowski for 3 won't fall. And a rebound uncontested to Natalie Abrahamson. The Knights go to work in transition. Ball on the right side of the floor with Reardon. Crossover, looking, trying to find J.C. Reardon. Backdoor cut, and that's defended out of bounds by the Midgets. See a change here by Dickinson. They'll go to their bench and bring in Emily Dukey. A 5'8 sophomore makes her way into the game for the first time. Central's going to return Lauren Mallett to the floor, and we'll also see Taylor Olson coming back onto the floor as well to replace Wald. Lauren Reardon will inbound. It's a 16-14 lead for Dickinson over Grand Forks Central, and pulling up J.C. Reardon nearly changed that. Reardon ends up ringing one around, but would not fall through. Rebound Lauren Selly. Up the floor, Prowse with a head fake driving baseline. Cut off on the elbow. Back to Selly, who will put her back to the basket. Works inside, banks one home and one. Lauren Selly going to the basket and scoring her 10th, and she'll get a foul from Taylor Olson, her second on the night. Couple of moments ago for Grand Forks Central and the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, you'll just see a great 3 by Natalie Abrahamson, calling for the basketball, pulling up. Not exactly a textbook shot form in that situation, but she's feeling good about her jump shot tonight as the bonus from Selly comes up empty. The lead will remain 4 at 18-14. Selly with 10 and holding. Loose ball rebound to J.C. Reardon. Lauren Reardon looking down low, threw that one away. Loose basketball underneath is picked away by Dickinson's Jenna Zubke, and here come the Midgets into the front court. Prowse working right elbow to Selly, a turn against Reardon, back to Prowse. Couple of head fakes came open, flies the 3, it's in and out. Rebound battle underneath, and J.C. Reardon will win a vicious battle for a loose ball, only to lose the basketball to Prowse, who steps into a passing lane, forces a turnover, and scores her 8th. And the Dickinson lead back to 6. at 20-14, 8:20 to play in the opening half. Reardon a stop and threw another one away. Little miscommunication there. She was looking out on top for Lauren Mallett. Mallett went low, ball stayed high. And that's the one knock against Central. They've had a handful of turnovers. They're playing against a team that's larger, has the opportunity to put some extra pressure on. And the Knights have been forced into some turnovers. That's led directly to points and a lot of this 6-point lead. Rodakowski with a three that's strong. Rebound, J.C. Reardon. She's had a big night rebounding the basketball for Central. She'll outlet to Lauren Reardon. A backdoor cut. They had the transition play open, but Lauren Mallett couldn't hold the pass from Lauren Reardon. It goes out of bounds. The ball's back to Dickinson. Jenna Nelson, who started the game, comes back in. You can see why Jenna Nelson is going to cause some fits for players throughout the year. She's been a perimeter defender tonight at 5'11" with a really long reach. And that's going to cause a lot of offensive players some trouble getting inside. Here she is, Nelson, posting up and scoring. Really crisp offensive play. Jenna Nelson for her first two, and that makes it 22-14 in favor of Dickinson. Midgets with a chance to put up a double-figure lead, a little past the halfway point of the opening half. Reardon to Lauren Reardon. Ball off the right side, Taylor Olson driving, got a seal inside from Roach, pulls up and was fouled on the baseline. And the Knights will go to the foul line. We'll see Taya Rodakowski picking up her first. That's the third team foul against Dickinson. The first two were against Ruby Valencia, who had to leave the game due to foul trouble. But Dickinson's done a nice job of platooning in that post spot to be able to pick up some minutes against her. First foul shot is good for Taylor Olson. That will give her 3. And it cuts the lead to 7 at 22-15. And Olsen's second is on the way and also good. Taylor Olson with 4. 22-16, lead trimmed to 6. Still in favor of Dickinson. They've led basically throughout. Post entry to Jenna Olson on the high post. She'll turn it back out top of the key for Selly. Ball deflected loose, but Selly got it back. Back to Nelson for 3. That's off the heel. Rebound deflected back out to the perimeter. Nelson runs down a loose basketball and starts back to the right with a dribble. She'll play it back to the right wing. This is Prouse for 3. That's also off the heel. Another offensive rebound. Put back underneath. Comes up short from Macy Moe. Correction from Aliyah Zastapil. And the ball will go back into the hands of Grand Forks Central. Knights up the floor, ball near side. Abrahamson again. Mid-range of the transition jumper, missed. Roach got a rebound, puts it back up, and it's through. And Roach will come up with an opportunity for an and one. McKenna Roach coming off the bench will score her first points tonight on a little trickler that she was able to force up. And Roach will pick up a foul against a midget as well. Aliyah Zastapil will have her first personal foul. Lead cut to 4. And now a chance for McKenna Roach off the bench tonight. Some size for Grand Forks Central from McKenna Roach. 6-foot sophomore. Not a lot of playing time. Will have to play her way into a role, but if she does, has the chance to be a big threat for Grand Forks Central. She comes up empty on the foul shot. The lead will remain 4 for Dickinson at 22-18. Underneath, they've got Selly against a crowd, and Lauren Reardon picked her pocket, coming back in to play some outside defense. Reardon trying to dribble between 2 defenders. Selly comes out to trap her. Ball kicked back to the time stripe, and that's going to be an over and back call against Grand Forks Central. It was a late whistle. There was a different official on the near side of the floor that had a pretty good look at it. Chose not to make the call, but the far side official does jump in and say that was over and back. Really, really tough to tell from the vantage point that we had. And Dickinson has the 4-point lead and the basketball back. Jenna Nelson off a screen, pulls up off the dribble, misses a shot for 3. Rebound on the weak side of the floor, picked up by Taylor Olson for Central. And the Knights will work back into the front court. Reardon coming back to her left hand, goes behind the back with a dribble, try to get away from Nelson on her player to player. And Nelson obviously defending Lauren Reardon, a big threat, but now they'll reset the defense a little bit. Reardon's going to pick up a different assignment as she goes to the right side. Abrahamson comes out top of the key, back to Reardon. She's going to take a deep 3, and it's off the backboard. An offensive rebound. Abrahamson puts it back, cannot put it back. Roach had a rebound. She tried to put back, thought she was fouled from behind, ends up missing the shot. And the ball comes down with Lauren Selly for Dickinson. Still 22-18. Midgets by 4, under 6 to play. Nelson from the foul line, a jumper missed. Rebound comes down near side, Taylor Olson. Quickly up the floor, they'll find Lauren Mallett. Underneath, Abrahamson's open to the glass, she missed it. Another point-blank look for Central that comes up empty. Jenna Nelson, the rebound for the Midgets. And Dickinson's back into the front court. They look underneath, Selly back out. Prouse a head fake to draw a defender. Selly tried to set a screen, now will take the basketball back. Long-range jump shots off the window, no good. And this time the rebound is pulled down by Lauren Mallett for Grand Forks Central. 22-18 on the all-true scoreboard. Dickinson leading by 4. We've got a whistle and a foul near side of the floor that appears to be, well, let's see where this goes. They're going to call Jenna Nelson away from the basketball. Yeah. I thought that Jenna Nelson was not defending the ball on that play. She had matched up underneath with McKenna Roach, and so I was surprised that Nelson picked up the foul. That was away from the possession, but nonetheless, Nelson picks up her first, and Grand Forks Central has the basketball still down 4. Stop and look to the top of the key. They were able to find their way to Taylor Olson. Right corner, Lauren Reardon for 3. Another air ball. Reardon's had a tough night shooting the basketball. Jenna Nelson comes up with a rebound for Dickinson. Runs into the front court quickly. Gives it back to the top of the key. Macy Moe, a stop, looking down low. Ball's deflected. Sully was able to pick it up. Puts down a dribble. Backs in. Shot blocked by J.C. Reardon. Lauren Reardon outlets. Mallett trying to get loose against Jenna Nelson. Nelson blocks her shot from behind. It's going to be called for a foul. And that's going to put Dickinson in a bit of a spot now. Jenna Nelson's been playing a perimeter spot tonight, but is a very good post defender and rebounder. Picks up her second foul, and Ruby Valencia, one of their starting post players, already on the bench with 2 fouls. No movement as of yet by head coach Terrence Lockett to send in a sub. In the meantime, foul shot no good out of the hands of Lauren Mallett. Central's 2 for 6 from the foul line tonight. Lead remains 4 at 22-18. Second foul shot is on the way. That's good. Lauren Mallett has her first point tonight. Lead cut to 3, 22-19 with 4.5 minutes to play in a rapidly expiring first half of basketball. Prowse, right side, able to find her way towards the right for Lauren Selly. Selly shovels it back to Macy Moe on the top of the key. Jenna Nelson back in, and a cut by Selly with a shot blocked. Lauren Reardon got down to the baseline to deflect that shot from Selly. And it will stay Dickinson basketball. Both teams a little lethargic so far tonight. Dickinson's had the better of it from a defensive perspective. Central's had the better of it from a rebounding perspective. Dickinson's shooting the ball a little bit better, and thus the lead. A 3-point shot from the right corner that won't fall on a possession taken that time by Abby Prowse. Central looking up the floor in transition. A stop and out to Abrahamson. 6-foot jumper is good, and the Knights are right back within 1. 22-21, and now an inbounds pass that gets away from Dickinson and floats beyond the near sideline, and Central's going to have a chance to take a lead. Inbounds play just got away from the baseline. No one could run it down. Dickinson got ready to go without really being set, and Central's going to get a possession in the front court. Inbounds pass will come in from Lauren Mallett for Grand Forks Central. Lauren Reardon, rather. It comes into Mallett on the right side. A stop back to Reardon. Wide open 3 out of the corner. Central has the lead. Lauren Reardon stepping into a 3. Good to see her find some scoring. She had struggled throughout the course of the opening half, but hits a 3, and Central takes a 2-point lead at 24-22, and they force another turnover. Loose basketball deflected by Taylor Olson. J.C. Reardon running it down, but Central having all kinds of problems getting the ball to the half line. And now a loose ball deflected by Prowse. Dickinson takes it back. Prowse, a baseline runner, is good. Just hardcore defense from Dickinson, and Abby Prowse has got 10 points tonight. Ties the game at 24 all, and a pass to Abrahamson up the floor is too strong. Ends up beyond the baseline, and this will go back into the hands of Dickinson. So another turnover by Central. They've had a hard time turning the ball over tonight. Clock down to 3:20 to play in the opening half, and here come the Midgets into the front court with a basketball. Lauren Selly stepping up top of the key. Lauren Reardon comes out to defend her. Selly a stop, a look towards the left, comes back to her right side and threw this ball behind Zastapil. Rescued by Jenna Nelson on the near sideline. Back to the wing, Prowse. A stop, a drive in, a kick. Zastapil, 15-footer on the baseline. Won't fall. An offensive rebound stick back from Rodakowski will draw a foul. Abrahamson was beaten on the play, didn't box out against Rodakowski, and has to reach in to commit the foul to keep Rodakowski from the easy basket. Ty Rodakowski hit 2 from the foul line earlier, and we'll go back there. With the game tied for the moment at 24 apiece. First foul shot on the way from Rodakowski, no good, and we stayed tied. Scoreboard updates brought to you by Altru. Regular screenings with Altru's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit altru.org or call 780-5000. Rodakowski knocks down the back end. She's got 3. Dickinson reclaims the lead 25-24. Under 3 to play in the opening half. Knights into the front court against pressure. Lauren Mallett stepping up front. Mallett will curl back to the top of the key. Finds Taylor Olson. Back to the near edge. Abrahamson just hoisting a three, and it comes up short. Rebound out of bounds and back to Dickinson. Natalie Abrahamson's out there for one reason, and that's to take the outside jump shot. She's done a lot of it tonight. Taylor Olson will step off, as we'll see Jayla Wald come back into the matchup for the Knights. And Dickinson, I believe, is going to make a change in their lineup as well, as Lauren Selly will come back in to the front court. We're going to see the reemergence of Jenna Zubke for Dickinson. Three-point shot from the right wing that won't fall. That came out of the hands of Abby Prowse. Rebound picked up by J.C. Reardon. They'll outlet to Lauren Mallett. Another running layup that comes up empty. Central's had a tough time knocking those down tonight. Rodakowski for the Midgets up the floor. Comes back to the left wing for Ruby Valencia. That's Zubke. They look down low and a drive to the basket off a bit of a Euro step that time from Zastapol. Her shot won't fall, and J.C. Reardon comes away with the rebound for Grand Forks Central. 2 minutes to play in the opening half. Wald will pull up for three. That may have been altered. Hit the side of the backboard. Loose basketball to Prowse. Outlet pass to Selly. The Euro and the pull-up against Reardon. She missed it. Selly and board and a follow-away putback that won't fall. Another battle for the rebound inside, and there was an arm on top of Reardon. They're going to rule this a held ball, it would appear. And Dickinson is going to have the advantage of the Euro. We'll see Grand Forks Central re-entering. McKenna Roach. One thing we can say about this first half of basketball, it ran away from us. Down to 1:46 to play already. 1 point lead for Dickinson at 25-24, and a foul inside against Lauren Reardon. Reardon trying to deny a post-entry pass. Should be the 7th against Central. This will result in the penalty. So Lauren Selly will go to the foul line for the Midgets, and she'll attempt 1 for 1 on this. Dickinson trying to pad their lead. They've led by as many as 6. Central's led briefly at 24-22. Foul shot good for Lauren Selly. 11 first half points for Lauren Selly. Again, coming back from a year ago, their lone returning starter. They lost some scoring when Stevenson graduated. She's got a younger sister on this team. Second foul shot for Selly won't fall, but this is going to be Lauren Selly as far as the scoring derby is concerned. J.C. Reardon comes down with a rebound and will be fouled. A couple of moments ago on our American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, Lauren Reardon having a chance to hit a shot. She's had a really, really tough time. You'll see the Knights take advantage of Reardon not being defended. She just sneaks from beyond the baseline after inbounding the basketball, and Reardon knocks down a three, and that gave Grand Forks Central a brief lead. After the foul, J.C. Reardon is at the foul line to shoot penalty for Central. Her first won't go. It was the second foul of the game against Taya Rodakowski for Dickinson. Selly back into the front court. Dickinson leading by 2. Selly a take. Dickinson leads by 4. That's a tough take for Lauren Selly. 13 points for Selly. Lead back to 4 at 28-24. J.C. Reardon sneaking into the front court for Central. A stop. A look into McKenna Roach. Turnaround 6-footer right in front of the basket. McKenna Roach with a nice play for the Knights. They're going to like that when McKenna Roach starts to hit that shot consistently. As a 6-footer inside, she's got the ability to do some things for this Knights team. Selly a line drive off the heel of the rim that won't fall. Rebound taken by Lauren Reardon for Grand Forks Central. It's a 2-point game in favor of Dickinson. Wald wants the lead, and she's got it for Grand Forks Central. Jayla Wald stepping back and knocking down a 3-point shot. Jayla Wald with 6 on her second 3. 1 point lead for Central. 3 for Prowse the other way is off the heel. Reardon with a rebound. Going to baseball one for Wald, who got loose on the release of the floor. Back to knock it away was Lauren Selly. Wald comes up with possession, and then we'll see a whistle and a held ball. Arrow's going to favor Central with 30.9 seconds left in the opening half. 29-28 is your score. Grand Forks Central leading by 1. They've had just brief leads here in the opening half. Lauren Mallett on the top of the key for the Knights working right. She'll be defended out on the wing by Prowse. A stop. Reardon banks one in from beyond the foul line. Reardon's unhappy with herself, but that counts for 2. She was 2 steps beyond the foul line and took one that she used the window on. She didn't like the way she finished the shot, but it goes on the scoreboard. Knights up 3. Ball inside Lauren Selly. It's taken away by Reardon. Clock down to 5 seconds, and Central doesn't have to do anything, but unfortunately they turn it over in the backcourt, and this is going to give Dickinson one more chance with the basketball. 1.8 seconds left, so the Midgets don't have a lot of time. They've got to put something together in short order. Lead 3 for Central at 31-28. Inbounds pass, Selly out, deep 3 on the way by Prouse, and she hit it off the glass. Got it loose as the clock was expiring. Abby Prouse steps into a 3-point shot for her 13th point of the game. And Grand Forks Central and Dickinson are tied at 31 as we go to the locker rooms. Our halftime report brought to you by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. We're tied at 31 as we go to halftime, and our halftime report is next. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more in a moment.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to SprayAdvantage.com.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always...
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com. Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We've reached halftime of our girls matchup, and this game is all tied at 31 after some big three-point shots at the end of the opening half. Our halftime report is brought to you by High Plains Water and by Grand Forks Welding and Machine. High Plains Water, they are your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Find out how a system from High Plains Water can improve the quality of living that you have in your home. High Plains Water will show you how to get no more scaly buildup around your fixtures, better tasting tap water, so you end up drinking more water in that situation. Cleaner laundry with less detergent, and your appliances last longer. High Plains Water, your source for awesome water. They're on Gateway in Grand Forks. And Grand Forks Welding and Machine, they are the men of steel. Grand Forks Welding and Machine is ready if you need something tightened on your farm, or if you've got a shaft that's twisted, bent, or broken, they can get that repaired for you to limit your downtime. Grand Forks Welding and Machine is here for you to make sure that you keep things moving in the right direction this season and all seasons. So get those repairs done so you're ready to roll again in the spring. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. Well, a 13-point first half for Lauren Selly and a 13-point half for Abby Prowse, including the 3-point shot at the horn that tied things up. But a textbook start for Dickinson. They wanted to get Lauren Selly involved. They did. But Central gets a nice boost off the bench from Natalie Abrahamson. 9 points off the bench for Abrahamson in the opening half as some of the Knights struggled through some shooting woes. And then when the 3-point shot started going down, Central find their way into the game. And we're tied at 31 apiece. We'll go to our scoring summary here coming up in a couple of moments. Let's take a look at our first half highlights brought to you by Proceed. You need seed? Think Proceed. Proceed.net. Starts with Lauren Reardon late in the opening half. Had really struggled to get her shot going. The Knights hadn't led but once in the early minutes of the first half. This gives them the lead. That put it to 24-22 in favor of Grand Forks Central. And then later, with the Knights down again by a 2-point margin, it will be Jayla Wald stepping out in the perimeter and hitting her second 3 of the night. 3-point shot was kind at the end, but it was also kind to Dickinson when Central turned it over with 1.8 seconds left, and Dickinson had to find a prayer. They do. How about Abby Prowse from well outside the arc? She ends up scoring a 3 that ties up the opening half. And those are your first half highlights brought to you by Proceed. Need seed? Think Proceed. Proceed.net. Individual numbers at the break. For Dickinson, 13 points for Lauren Selly, 13 for Abby Prowse. Selly has 6 field goals. Prowse with 3 threes and a pair of 2s. 3 of 4 the line for Tyra Rodakowski and a single bucket for Jenna Nelson. For Grand Forks Central, Natalie Abrahamson, 4 field goals, 9 points to lead the way. Pair of 3s for Jayla Wald. She's got 6. Taylor Olson with 4. McKenna Roach with 4. McKenna Roach is finding herself into some positions. We're going to watch her grow throughout the course of the season. She's going to be fun to watch develop. Lauren Reardon with 5, that 3 that you saw late to. J.C. Reardon with 2, big half rebounding, however, and Lauren Mallett with 1 of 2 from the foul line. And those are your halftime numbers with Who Lit the Lamp, brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp or the light shine brighter. 13 apiece for Lauren Selly and Abby Prowse to lead Dickinson, 9 for Natalie Abrahamson to lead Central. And your score at the break is 31 apiece. Second half basketball when we continue. Halftime report brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. We're back with more next in the Rivards Turf and 4-H Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network at KNOX Live Sports.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh-baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need. For anything sports, stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Franson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Franson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball. We want to thank our friends at High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine for bringing you our halftime report tonight. What a half of basketball we had between Grand Forks Central and Dickinson. Even up at 31 and a late three that came from Abby Prowse at the end of the opening half of play. For those of you that are just joining us, it was 31-28, Grand Forks Central. 1.8 seconds left to go. Dickinson needed an absolute prayer, and they got one from Abby Prowse, almost falling away for a three-point shot to tie things up. And that's how we get the second half of this one started tonight, with Dickinson with the basketball and a tie ball game with Central. A fall away inside from Lauren Selly that won't fall. Rebound Lauren Reardon for Grand Forks Central. Knights on the move back into the front court. Reardon to stop, a look into J.C. Reardon, that knocked away by Selly. J.C. Reardon hasn't had a lot of opportunities inside because Dickinson's really defended the perimeter well, including denying the basketball a little bit. Ball on the right side, Selly moving, stopping on a back-end dribble. Now gets a step against Reardon, and Reardon blocked the shot. Lauren Reardon was beaten on a step, but comes up with a blocked shot, stepping back. She'll spin her way into the front court, looks to the left corner, and a three on the way by Lauren Mallett's off the heel, and a rebound to Jenna Nelson. Look at those long arms again from Jenna Nelson, reaching up and over. And we'll see a whistle and a foul against Central's defense as they pressure the midgets back the other direction. It'll go against J.C. Reardon, her first. That'll be the first of the second half against either team. Jenna Nelson has just a very impressive basketball physique, just a junior at 6 feet tall, and has a chance to really grow into a dominant player with the way that she can do things against offensive players. She can be a lockdown defender if she wants to. A drive to the basket, and Prowse hits again. She's got 15 for Dickinson. Abby Prowse scoring from about 7 feet away on a runner. And Dickinson back up by 2 at 33-31. Off the right side, a head fake and drive for Taylor Olson. Ball knocked out of her hand. She tried to save it, lost it out of bounds. And Dickinson will take over after another Grand Forks Central turnover. That has been the story of the night for Grand Forks Central, is the inability to hold on to the basketball. They've done some things really well. Shot the basketball well. They've looked for their shot. They played in transition relatively well, and they've defended extremely well, as Dickinson will turn it over now as well. Lauren Selly trying to play the ball out to Ruby Valencia, and that ends up out of bounds. But the one thing that Central has been deficient at, Dickinson's defense has been able to force them into some turnovers, and that's going to be Dickinson's game with the way they play. The athletes that they have, the size that they have in a couple of key spots, they're going to want to do that. Mallett rushes a jumper and hits it. We're tied again. First bucket to go down for Lauren Mallett tonight. Ties the game at 33 apiece between Central and Dickinson. Knights back into the front court. Prowse working right sideline, got a screen, a stop, rotation in. We'll see Lauren Reardon knock the ball away. Reardon looks up the floor against Jenna Nelson, takes it right at her, and a blocking foul coming up against Jenna Nelson, and this could hurt Dickinson. That's going to be Nelson's third personal foul. Nelson had just 2 in the opening half and didn't really get the opportunity to be the factor that she could have been, in part because she had limited time. And now with 3 fouls, we'll see how head coach Terrence Lockett's going to handle it as Lauren Reardon steps into a foul shot and hits it. 6 points for Lauren Reardon, and we will see a change as Jenna Nelson will have to step off. Taya Rodakowski will come back into the matchup for Dickinson, take a spot underneath the basket. And Reardon's back at the foul line for a second, and her second is no good. A rebound inside, J.C. Reardon pulls it down offensively. She's had a huge night. She'll be, if not already, well over double figures. However, Central's going to commit a backcourt violation. Ball came out to Taylor Olson, and she just went running for space and forgot that half line is going to stop you from being able to do that. So a turnover against Central, and the Midgets will take the basketball back. Inbounds pass to Abby Prowse for the Midgets. A stop by Prowse. Actually, that was not Prowse. That was Selly. My apologies. Prowse will turn it back to the top of the key now for Zastapel. Ball got loose. Lauren Reardon dives into it, and we'll see a whistle. It looked as though head coach Mike Matheson was trying to get a timeout called, but they were on the opposite side of the gym. None of the officials saw him. And he's tough to miss over there. The held ball is going to favor Grand Forks Central, and more full court pressure coming from Dickinson. Mallett's going to be jumped, lost the ball. Prowse took it away, goes to the basket, misses. Rebound put back. Zastapel comes up empty. Lauren Reardon with it, tries to transition quickly, finds J.C. Reardon after Lauren Reardon came down with a rebound. Olsen to Wald on the near side for Central. Stop. Wald looking in, a cut by by Reardon, got to the basket, finger roll good. Lauren Reardon with 8 points, 22 a game last year for Grand Forks Central. Reardon comes up with a bucket to give Central the lead at 36-33. Selly on the right elbow, fall away, hook shot, missed it, and a foul. Either Lauren or JC, they were both there. Lauren was the front end. And they're going to give it to JC. They'll give it to JC Reardon. I would have guessed incorrectly on that. Second personal foul against JC Reardon. And number 2 against Grand Forks Central in the second half. And Lauren Selly finds her way to the foul line for the Midgets. Selly's first is on the way and good. Lauren Selly with 14 points tonight. Abby Prowse leads the way for Dickinson with 15. Zastapel will step off the floor. Ruby Valencia will replace her. And Taylor Olsen will come out of the game. Natalie Abrahamson comes back into the matchup for Grand Forks Central. Second foul shot is no good for Selly. J.C. Reardon with another rebound. I'm not sure what the number is going to show her for tonight, but it's an impressive number. Abrahamson pulling up in transition from 10 and missing. Jayla Wald comes down with a rebound for Grand Forks Central. Reardon to J.C. Reardon, trying to dribble around Valencia. Turns it back to the top. Lauren Reardon for 3. That's strong off the backboard. She struggled with that shot tonight. Dickinson comes away with the ball. Rodakowski giving it away in the backcourt. And a step up for Macy Moe as the Midgets try to get into their offense. Moe a stop, looking near side of the floor. Rodakowski. Valencia baseline drive, hard take to the basket, missed it. Loose basketball to Mallett. A step for Lauren Reardon, a lead pass to her. Reardon falling away, has to save the ball in bounds. Wald comes up with it, finds a double team, and a timeout will be taken by Grand Forks Central. Knights will call for a stoppage. 36-34 Central on the all-true scoreboard. 14:35 left. Timeout for Apex Apparel and Big Jim's Tire. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
Timeout taken by Grand Forks Central to save a possession. The Knights lead 36-34 over Dickinson here in the second half. And a set piece, Lauren Reardon to J.C. Reardon. And Reardon will score off the inbounds pass. So the Knights take a 38-34 lead over the Dickinson Midgets tonight. Welcome back to Grand Forks Central High School. Our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. A turnover by Macy Moe, who gets started too early with the feet and will travel with the basketball. Ryan Cunningham with you. Joey Springer with our video work here tonight, for those of you taking it in on KNOX Live Sports and KNOX TV. J.C. Reardon to Lauren Reardon in the left corner for the Knights. The Knights are back up the floor. They trailed for most of the opening half. A couple of points by as many as 6. And now another takeaway as Abby Prowse steps into a basketball. Lauren Mallett comes up with a takeaway back to the direction for Central. Ball to the right corner intended for Lauren Reardon. It's knocked out of bounds by Tyra Rodakowski, and this will stay Central basketball up front. And here comes McKenna Roach. 6-foot sophomore. You got to feel pretty good about what McKenna Roach is going to be able to grow into for Grand Forks Central. She showed us one in the opening half where she was able to get right in front of the hoop and come up with a bucket, and I'm sure Central's looking for more of that from her tonight and throughout the year. 38-34 Central. Mallett in the top of the key, taking a look. Dickinson throwing a little bit of a 2-3 zone kind of matchup on the front against Central. They look inside. Abrahamson trying to rip a ball free. This will be held as Lauren Selly got her hands on it, and Dickinson's going to get it back. Of course, girls basketball hasn't changed for those of you that are fans of it. Lots of held balls. in girls basketball. One thing we have seen that's a little bit different tonight, though, we've let them try to play through it a little bit. Here's a three out of the right corner that comes up short from Dickinson's Emily Dutke. Saw a couple of minutes back in the opening half of play. Knights into the front court and a travel coming up from Abrahamson. Pulled the foot before she got rid of the basketball. See a lot of held basketball in girls basketball anyway. I mean, a lot of opportunities to try to tie it up. But one thing we've seen that's just been a little bit different here tonight, they've allowed the players to throw some elbows and to kind of use the body to come up with some separation before just blowing the whistle right away. And I kind of like that approach to it. Selly looking near side of the floor, comes out to Dutke. A stop, and we're going to see a foul coming up against Central, reaching in on the pass from Dutke. Check this call, and it's going to go, I believe, against Lauren Reardon. Second personal foul on Lauren Reardon. She'll have to be careful before picking up that third here. Still 13:20 to play in the second half. Inbounds pass comes into the right side. Prouse looking out on top for Selly. Selly a kick. Rodakowski for three. That rolls off the rim, and McKenna Roach comes up with a rebound for Grand Forks Central. Touch pass finding Lauren Reardon. Knights into the front court. Reardon to the right side. Pull up three by Lauren Mallett strong. Rebound on the weak side. J.C. Reardon trying to run it down, but it hit the baseline before she could corral it. One thing that's a little different about this Central girls basketball team, Mike Matheson's not waiting for them to take a shot. You have an open look, apparently take it. And we saw a lot of threes in the opening half for Dickinson as well. Right off the dribble, here's a three-point shot. It's missed, and the rebound comes down with J.C. Reardon. I'm not sure if it's an analytics thing, but it seems like if you've got an open three, you're taking it instead of looking for the next good shot. Of course, the shot clock's 30 seconds. That might be the only good look that you get. Mallett to J.C. Reardon, the left wing, into McKenna Roach, who's fouled from behind. Ruby Valencia is going to have her third. And that will be team foul number 2 against Dickinson. For those of you that are watching the video stream tonight, it says first half, but the scorers table has not changed to second half. Sometimes they miss on that one. That's okay. We'll keep you up to date. Long three-point shot, Lauren Reardon. No, she had a toe step on the line, but it's another two. Not for Lauren Reardon. My apologies, folks. Natalie Abrahamson, she's the first Knight to double figures tonight. Off the bench with 11 points. And the lead for Central's quietly grown to 6 at 40-34. Selly taking her way to the basket. Shot altered. Loose basketball to Lauren Mallett after Lauren Reardon pulled down the rebound. Reardon comes up with the basketball again, taking from Mallett off the left wing to the center of the floor. Reardon working right side, defended the entire way. A stop by Dutke. She looks into J.C. Reardon. The high-low is there. Beautiful play for J.C. Reardon and Lauren Reardon. They finally hook up on that high-low game, and that'll force a timeout from Dickinson as the lead is 8. 42-34 Central on the all-true scoreboard. We have a timeout for Apex Apparel and Big Jim's Tire. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX.
Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need. For anything sports, stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week.
Timeout taken by the Dickinson Midgets. They did lead by 8 at one juncture, did Dickinson in the opening half, and Central has reversed that. They now lead by 8, 42-34 your score in favor of Grand Forks Central. A moment ago on our American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, you finally see the Reardons connect for a high-low play. They've been looking for this tonight. J.C. Reardon gets a step, defender sagged off, and a great pass from Lauren Reardon to find J.C. Reardon. That was the bucket that sent Dickinson to the timeout. But here's Ruby Valencia stepping out onto the wing and knocking down her first 2 points tonight as Valencia knocks down a long two. And it's 42-36. Grand Forks Central has their lead trimmed to 6. McKenna Roach on the open floor, shuffle stepping right side. Abrahamson catch and shoot, hits it from 17. Natalie Abrahamson has just been tough tonight. 13 points for Natalie Abrahamson. Lead back to 8 for Central at 44-36. Top of the key, ball with Abby Prowse, traveled with it. Prowse pulling up that foot before she got rid of the basketball. And Central's got an opportunity to double-figure lead. Now, here comes a big entry into the basketball game, as we're going to see Dickinson send Jenna Nelson back in. Central's had their opportunity to do some things offensively without the 6-foot junior on the floor, and with her out of the game with 3 fouls, Central found some new looks. Jenna Nelson's going to be out there to try to reset this thing. However, with 3 fouls, we'll have to be careful. Lauren Reardon goes inside. McKenna Roach a turn, missed it. Another good look inside for McKenna Roach, getting loose of Ruby Valencia. This time comes up empty on the finish. Selly hard take to the basket, block, but Nelson picks it up and scores it inside. Second field goal for Jenna Nelson. The lead is 44-38, again reduced to 6 in favor of Central. 10:40 to play, second half on the All-True scoreboard. Bounce pass right side, Abrahamson out to Mallet. 3 on the way is off the heel. And a high rebound. Jenna Nelson goes up to take it. And we'll give the ball back to Ruby Valencia. And here comes Central front court, or rather Dickinson front court. Lauren Selly leading the charge. Crossover, hard take down the lane. Pulls up and misses. But a foul coming up. McKenna Roach in the vicinity. Kind of got dislodged, did McKenna Roach. And we'll see if it will go against her. It will. Scoreboard updates brought to you tonight, excuse me, by All-True. Regular screenings with All-True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org or call 780-5000. Selly's first is no good. 14 for Lauren Selly, kind of spotty from the foul line. 2 of 6 so far tonight for the 6-foot senior for Dickinson. Lone returning starter from a year ago. Second foul shot also short. And an offensive board, however, Jenna Nelson out to Prowse, a 3. That's off the heel. And this time McKenna Roach comes up with a rebound for Grand Forks Central. Knights still up 6. 10:15 to play in the second half. Reardon behind the back dribble. Found an alley down the middle of the floor. Now steps back in the perimeter and threw the ball away. Jenna Nelson, actually Lauren Selly saw it coming. Selly driving hard against Reardon. They're going to get Reardon for a foul. That'll be Lauren Reardon's third. And that will put Selly back on the foul line. It's also the 5th team foul against Grand Forks Central. And head coach Mike Matheson looking down his bench to see who is going to be next for the Knights. In the meantime, Lauren Selly back at the foul line. Not a place that's been kind so far tonight. First is good this time. Lauren Selly with 15 points. And the Central lead is trimmed to 5 at 44-39. Again, this is the first of a doubleheader tonight. We've got the boys coming up next. We'll have just some intermission that goes on. We'll have some news that we'll check from the KNOX newsroom, and then our second half of the doubleheader comes up after that. Second foul shot won't fall, and the rebound to Lauren Reardon for Grand Forks Central. Knights back into the front court, leading by 5 at 44-39. They've stagnated a bit offensively. Reardon on the top of the key, taking a look in. Steps away from traffic, directs the play. They look into McKenna Roach. Back to the basket with Valencia. Fall away no good. Rebound Jenna Nelson over the top. When Roach finds her range down there, she's finding the angle. She knows what to do with the basketball. Nelson high-low. Selly's open, misses a layup. Selly back to the basket. Second effort, good off the rebound, put back. Stayed with it, scores her 17th. And the Knights lead that was 8 has been cut to 3 at 44-41. And the Midgets will force another turnover. Loose basketball picked up by Emily Dutke after Selly knocked it away. Selly goes to the basket and misses. Tries to chase her own rebound. The ball's on the floor. McKenna Roach reaches down for it, and a timeout's taken by Grand Forks Central. The Knights will call for timeout. It'll be a timeout brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, the #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. And a timeout brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned promotional shop in Grand Forks. You'll find them on Demers, just down the road from the Columbia Road overpass. 9:08 left to go. Again on Tuesday night next week, we're back at it. We'll be at Red River for a doubleheader this time. West Fargo Horace, the Hawks, will come to town in a girls and boys doubleheader at Red River in Midtown. And we'll also be on the east side of the river coming up on Tuesday night, as we'll bring you coverage of East Grand Forks and Crookston. Both games on KNOX Live Sports, KNOX TV. And Red River Horace will be on KNOX Radio as well. 9:08 to play second half. 44-41. Central by 3. J.C. Reardon inbounds the basketball. McKenna Roach to Wald in the backcourt is being defended by Jenna Nelson strongly. Ball back left side, picked off. Lauren Selly the takeaway. Lauren Selly to the basket, misses another layup. She stays with it, comes back to the basket against Reardon, came down with a rebound, turns it back to Jenna Nelson. A long two for Nelson is good, and the lead is cut to 1. Back to the tenacious style of defense that Central saw from Dickinson in the opening half. And it's causing disruptions for the night offense. 44-43, Central leading by 1. Off the dribble, three-point shot that's too strong from Taylor Olson. Wald came down with a rebound. Ruby Valencia hit her, and Valencia may be picking up her 4th personal foul. Well, you can see how the game definitely changed with the reemergence of Jenna Nelson. Dickinson just needs that presence defensively. She was on the bench with 3 fouls, and Central was able to slowly pull away to an 8-point lead. Now 7 points in a row going the way to Dickinson. Inside, little touch of J.C. Reardon off of Lauren Reardon's hands on the inbounds play. J.C. Reardon comes up with her 8th, and it's 46-43. Central by 3 with 8:15 to go here in the second half. A step, Selly off the dribble, high banking 3 that's no good, and a rebound again to J.C. Reardon for Central. Out to Lauren Reardon, deflected, but the loose basketball picked up by Taylor Olson. Knights into the front court, stop, back to Lauren Reardon on the top of the key. Reardon will walk the basketball back towards the near side of the floor, starts a dribble towards the right. She's picked up by Dutke on the near side. A bounce pass into the high post. Olson cutting across the lane. A kick to Wald on the left wing, who traveled, trying to start her dribble back to the right. And this goes back to Dickinson. Midgets will inbound off the far sideline in front of the Central bench. It'll be Abby Prowse who hit that 3 just in front of the wire to tie the game. Jenna Nelson, top of the key, sneaking left, looking left corner. Prowse off a screen, flying for 3 in the tie. Missed it short, and the rebound to J.C. Reardon, and a foul. Coming up, Jenna Nelson just picked up her 4th on a reach from behind the body of J.C. Reardon. That one is going to drive Terrence Lockett crazy, the head coach of the Midgets. Going to lose the services of Jenna Nelson for a considerable amount of time at a key moment here. A ball that was rebounded by J.C. Reardon, rather secure. Really not much of a chance for Jenna Nelson to affect that. She ends up reaching in from behind and is called for a foul. Lauren Reardon trying to get up the floor, has a ball tied up by Aaliyah Zastapil. And the ball's going to stay with Grand Forks Central off the held ball arrow. 7:35 to play, second half. Lots of basketball left to be played in this one. What a great way to start the season. 3-point game in the home stretch between Central and Dickinson. Mallett backcourt, looking up the floor, finding Olson. Olson a stop back to Mallett at the top of the key. Lauren Reardon to J.C. Reardon on the foul line. J.C. Reardon splitting a double team, getting to the basket and scoring. J.C. Reardon starting to find her way. She's got 10 points on the night now, does J.C. Reardon. The lead back to 5. High arcing 3 off the wing is good for Emily Dutke. And the lead's cut right back to 2. Dutke makes it 48-46. Dickinson back within 2. Ball underneath, Taylor Olson steps away from pressure after a couple of bodies hit the floor, and Lauren Selly's down for Dickinson. And this would be a real heartbreaker for the Midgets. In the season opening game, Lauren Selly, their lone returning starter, down on the baseline after awkwardly coming down to the floor in that sequence. She's rolled to her back, and we'll see what they're going to go to work on here as they try to work out where it is that she's injured. It looks like they're holding at that left ankle. Not sure if they're trying to flex it out. Maybe it's a cramp or something along those lines, but they're certainly tending to that left leg. And she was down on the floor and was moving around pretty well up until that point. But with Jenna Nelson already on the bench with 4, if Lauren Selly can't play, then obviously the margin of error gets much smaller for Dickinson here in the season opening game. And in the meantime, Lauren Selly, again, as we mentioned, is your lone returning starter from a year ago. This is one of those situations where you don't want to see this happen in the first of a 19-game slug that's going to take you through the regular season, or 20, whatever as we're playing nowadays at the Class AA level. For those of you on the radio side, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is our coverage of high school basketball. Well, Lauren Selly is being helped off the floor. Now she's walking off under her own power, and she's putting a little bit more weight on that left ankle all the time, but certainly not walking in a healthy manner. Let's put it that way. They're going to take her over, and so she'll obviously miss at least some time here, and this is now going to become a really crucial moment in the game for Dickinson. Jenna Nelson on the bench with 4 fouls. Lauren Selly, your lone starter from a year ago, not going to be able to go for a while, if at all. And it's those two that kind of kept the game turned around in your favor when Central had taken that lead up to 8. And now we'll see what Central gets done with 6:59 left to go here in the second half. And before the game gets restarted, we're going to see a conversation go on between the scorer's table and one of our officials. Scorer's table still trying to figure a few things out over there. Not sure what they'd be talking about at this point. Well, while they're doing that, that gives us the opportunity, I believe, to give you a look at the Vegan look-in. Let's get a Vegan Construction game look-in. Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers in the northern Red River Valley, been doing quality work since the 30s. Vegan Construction bringing you the game look-in, and as we mentioned, some injuries for Dickinson now changing the complexion of this game. J.C. Reardon with an offensive rebound for Central, kicking out, 3 on the way, good from the top of the key by Taylor Olson, and the lead is 51-46. J.C. Reardon, a double-double tonight for Grand Forks Central. There's a big offensive rebound, and your Vegan Construction game look-in has a lot to do with J.C. Reardon, who just pulled down that offensive rebound, has moved herself to a double-double, and that sets up a big 3 for Grand Forks Central. The lead is 5 at 51-46 for the Knights. Ball on the top of the key, picked up by Dukey. She'll reverse it near side. 3 on the way, good by Rodakowski to answer. First field goal for Taya Rodakowski tonight. Central lead 2, they throw it away. Loose basketball picked up by Rodakowski as the Knights tried to beat the pressure defense. Rodakowski with a snare at the midcourt. And now we'll see a whistle and a travel coming up against Dukey, trying to drive to the right. Central will get the basketball back with 6:04 remaining in half number 2. 51-49. That 3 by Taya Rodakowski, her first field goal tonight. She's 3 of 4 from the foul line, but this Dickinson pressure defense has been a big reason why Dickinson's still in the basketball game. They've played pressure defense very well. J.C. Reardon to Lauren Reardon, left alone, 3 on the way, short. Rebounds going out of bounds, and back to Dickinson. J.C. Reardon, 10 points, 13 for Natalie Abrahamson to lead the way off the bench for Central tonight. 17 for Lauren Selly. She's on the bench right now for Dickinson. 15 for Abby Prowse. Selly on the bench with an injury. We'll have to see whether or not she gets back into the game. Rodakowski for 3. Dickinson takes the lead. Taya Rodakowski with back-to-back three-point shots for Dickinson. The Knights down 1. Reardon splits a double team. The Knights up 1. Lauren Reardon splitting a double team on pressure. Drives to the basket and scores. Reardon has a hard-fought 10. 1-point lead for Central. 3 off the right wing. That won't fall for Macy Moe. A kick out to the far side of the floor. Reardon's got a 2-on-1. She'll go herself with the scoop layup and score. Lauren Reardon with 13 big points tonight. The lead back to 3 at 55-52 Central. High arcing 3 again, short this time from Dudke. An offensive rebound, turn, fall away by Zastapol that won't go. Dudke and O'Board put back that doesn't fall. The rebound, J.C. Reardon. Baseball pass to Lauren Reardon. Reardon to the glass, will score again. And a timeout taken by Dickinson as Lauren Reardon goes to the glass and scores again. And Central takes a 57-52 lead. 4:37 left, another timeout brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region, and Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround promotional goods store in Grand Forks. Take a look at it again, the American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency replay. J.C. and Lauren Reardon such a big part of this. J.C. Reardon, another offensive rebound. Lauren Reardon, hard take to the basket and scoring. And just moments after Dickinson had taken the lead in the matchup, Central comes back with a couple of quick baskets and takes a 57-52 edge on the Midgets. Second game was scheduled for 7:30. It'll probably be about 7:40, 7:45 before that one gets going tonight, but we've had a great night of basketball here on the front end. Our girls doubleheader, boys doubleheader coming up. Zastapel top of the key for Dickinson. Rodakowski in the left corner, back to Zastapel. Steps in, ball lost, foul coming up. Reardon may be getting hit for a reach-in foul. That's 4. Lauren Reardon looks to the bench, and Mike Matheson says, Lauren, you've got 4. She shakes her head in the affirmative, knowing that another one's going to put her team in a precarious situation. Inbounds play from Rodakowski, comes out left wing. Prowse will pull up for 3, banks it in. My goodness. Abby Prowse hit that prayer before halftime to tie it up. She's got 18 as she pulls up and banks in a 3 from the left wing. Another throwaway by Central up the floor, but we'll see Ty Rodakowski deflected out of bounds. Central will keep the ball with 4:13 to go. And I'll tell you what, credit Dickinson here. They've got Jenna Nelson back in the game, still playing without their lone returning starter from a year ago. That player, of course, being Lauren Selly. Here, Jenna Nelson playing with 4 fouls, comes up with a block shot, pulls down the basketball, drives, goes high bank and missed it. Reardon trying to pull it away from a double team in the backcourt. Gets free, looks up the floor. J.C. Reardon nearly walked, but finds a way to hand back to Lauren Reardon. She'll drive to the basket, and a foul coming up that's going to go against Emily Dutke. First on Dutke, and that's going to put Lauren Reardon on the foul line. Looking across at the Dickinson bench, and I do see Lauren Selly over behind the water cooler with a leg up, but I doubt that we're going to see Lauren Selly for the remainder of the night after that leg injury that she sustained a couple of moments ago. Lauren Reardon at the foul line will score. And Lauren Reardon's having a big second half. Had 5 in the first half, has struggled to find her shot, but now 10 in the second half and has 15 total tonight after a 22-point per game season a year ago for Grand Forks Central. Lead back to 3 for the Knights at 58-55. Second foul shot is on the way. That one's good. 59-55. Lauren Reardon with 16. Still plenty of time left to go in this one. 3:45 remaining in the ball game. Ball off the right side of the floor for Abby Prowse. Prowse will come back to Rodakowski, driving hard right side, and J.C. Reardon's going to be called in the body. Third on J.C. Reardon. And we'll see Rodakowski go into the foul line. That was the 7th against Grand Forks Central. So the penalty the rest of the way for Dickinson, that's a nice advantage. 4-point game, 3:40 to shoot fouls. Dickinson has 1 left to give. Rodakowski's first is no good. Neither team has really shot foul shots well tonight. Rodakowski was 3 of 4 until that shot. Rodakowski back at the line for her second of 2. It's on the way, and that one is good. Lead cut to 3. Rodakowski with 10. 4 of 6 to foul line, pair of threes, and another throwaway by Central. But the Knights trying to scramble for the loose basketball. Lauren Mallett found it. She finds Lauren Reardon on a release, who's matched up with Jenna Nelson. A kick up the floor, Olsen to the glass, missing a layup. And Rodakowski with the rebound, and now we've got a whistle, and I'm not sure what the call is going to be here. They're apparently going to say that Dickinson came down with the basketball and stepped on the baseline. So Central is going to end up with possession. Aaliyah Zastapel will step off. Ruby Valencia comes back into the matchup for Dickinson. Inbounds pass will come in from Lauren Reardon. Top of the key, able to find Lauren Mallett. Mallett across, overstepping left to stop, back to Lauren Reardon. Looks underneath, J.C. Reardon, the cut to the basket, scores again. J.C. Reardon with a dozen points tonight. Another high-low play for Grand Forks Central. The lead is 5 at 61-56. And now Jenna Nelson has a ball deflected loose. Lauren Reardon comes over the basketball for Central. Outlet to Mallett right side. Cut back to J.C. A stop and a look to Lauren Reardon on the top of the key. Under 3 to play second half. Ball on the right side of the floor, Olsen. They'll find Mallett on the right wing. A look down to the baseline trying to find J.C. Reardon matched up with Valencia inside. Couple of turns, shot clock approaching 10. They'll lob one in and no chance for J.C. Reardon to go get it. Valencia had it sealed off, and Dickinson comes away forcing the turnover. Jenna Nelson on the right side. Ball right side. Prowse on the way. 3 again short. And this time the rebound to J.C. Reardon. Another rebound. She'll be up around 13, 14 rebounds by the time the night is over. Reardon into the front court for Central. 2 minutes, 25 seconds to play. The lead is 5 for the Knights, 61-56. Ball top of the key. They'll play it back to number 3, Taylor Olsen. And a whistle. Foul coming up against Dickinson out in the perimeter. That'll be the last foul they have to give. Abby Prowse will pick up her first. That'll be the sixth against Dickinson. So one more left to go for the Midgets. Actually, that was the last they had to give. Now, Central will go to the foul line for the penalty the remainder of the night. Lauren Mallett, couple of crossover dribbles on top, working right. Stop, looks inside. They found Lauren Reardon on a cut, banks one in, just inside the foul line. Lauren Reardon again. What a night she has had. 13 of her 18 points for Lauren Reardon coming in the second half tonight. Nelson kicking out to Rodakowski. 3 on the way by Rodakowski, won't fall. Rebound, J.C. Reardon for Grand Forks Central. The game is a 7-point game. The Knights up with 1:45 to go. Ball right side, Olsen for a dagger, and she hits it out of the right corner. Taylor Olsen pulls up for 3, and that pushes the lead to its biggest point tonight. 10-point margin, 66-56 with 1:36 to go. Timeout taken by Dickinson. The lead is 10. Timeout for Apex Apparel and Big Jim's Tire. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Sports.
ProAg in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Will Rich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything ProAg has to offer.
You've been waiting for a chance to do something that matters, something big without a big price tag. Welcome to Northland Community and Technical College. Here you can have a big impact on a small campus, in classrooms that mirror today's workplace, with instructors who teach from experience and know you by name. You've been waiting for a place like this. Are you ready?
Timeout taken by Dickinson. 66-56 is your score. Grand Forks Central leading by 10 with 1:35 left to go in the second half. First end of our doubleheader tonight. Dickinson and Central will play in the second half tonight as well. Ruby Valencia with the basketball for Dickinson. Ball on the top of the key. Jenna Nelson stepping out between the rings. Crossover dribble, stop, back to Rodakowski. Three-point shot trickles off. Rebound to Lauren Reardon for the Knights. Reardon will bring it back to the near side for Lauren Mallett. Mallett coming into the front court has the ball disrupted from behind. Rodakowski comes up with a takeaway, and Dickinson still playing that really hard-nosed style of defense they played throughout the night. Ball right side of the floor, hard take, Prouse, baseline, gets to the line, comes up empty on a runner. Rebound, J.C. Reardon trying to rip the ball free, and that's what you're talking about when they're trying to force the held ball. Keep turning the hands, keep turning the elbows, and pull that thing free, and Reardon did that. She's had a huge night rebounding the ball. Lauren Reardon left side of the floor, clock under 45 seconds to play, shot clock at 15. Knights trying to kill this thing off. Reardon looking inside. J.C. Reardon turns against Valencia and scores. J.C. Reardon with 14. The lead is up to 12, and Central is going to start the season 1-0. Big win against Dickinson tonight for new head coach Mike Matheson, and boy, the Central Knights came on the floor struggling to try to hold on to the basketball, but what a job they did taking shots, staying with it. Got a couple of fortunate breaks, and the Knights are going to start the season with a win here at home downtown in Grand Forks, and that's the best way to start a season. Crowd comes to life. Reardon's dribbling it out, and that's going to be it. Grand Forks Central wins this one by a final score of 68-56 over Dickinson. The Knights are 1-0, and Dickinson is 0-1. We're going to come back with our post-game report in just a couple of moments. We'll take a look at some of the highlights in this one and then send you off to a brief intermission while we get ready for game number 2. So do stay with us. More on the way in just a couple of moments. Our post-game report is on the way next, brought to you by Spray Advantage and Lake Region State College. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Sports.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
We welcome you to our brief post-game report that we'll have for you tonight for Central Knights basketball and high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports this evening. Our post-game report is brought to you this evening by Spring Advantage and Lake Region State College. Spring Advantage, everything you need for spraying and application on your farm. The difference between Spring Advantage and their competitors is that Spring Advantage has what you're looking for in stock: tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, seed tenders in 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. Spring Advantage, make them a part of our agricultural game plan now and for years to come. And our coverage is brought to you tonight with our post-game report as well by Lake Region State College in Devils Lake. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. Precision agriculture, law enforcement, nursing. These are just some of the careers that you can supercharge your way into at Lake Region State College. Get done in 2 years and get earning, or go the entire 4-year route by taking your credits with you anywhere you go in the North Dakota university system, and you'll be able to work on that 4-year degree and continue your educational journey. Lake Region State College, they have you covered with campuses in Devils Lake, which is their main campus. They also have you covered with a campus that you'll find at the Grand Forks Air Force Base, and also always online at lrsc.edu. That's lrsc.edu with Lake Region State College. All right, let's take a look at how this one turned out as we get the final totals in. And one thing that I'm just not going to be able to give you tonight are the rebounding numbers for Lauren Reardon, but she's going to be up around 15 rebounds, and I think that that is a conservative estimate for Lauren Reardon. She had a huge night rebounding the basketball, but let's take a look at some of the post-game highlights that we had on this one tonight, with our highlights brought to you by Proseed. Need seed? Think Proseed. Proseed.net. Remember, this game was tied at the start of the half. The Knights had taken a 6-point lead at this point. They started looking for their high-low game. Lauren Reardon to J.C. Reardon, finding a way inside. That was a big turning point, pushed the lead to 8 and forced a timeout from Dickinson. And we weren't done seeing what Lauren Reardon and J.C. Reardon were going to do in this one tonight. Touch pass, Lauren Reardon getting to J.C. Reardon. J.C. scores. Jason had a big second half, ends up with 14 points in tonight's matchup. Again, Lauren Reardon, J.C. Reardon fighting her way through a double team, and J.C. Reardon scoring there to push the lead back up to a 5-point margin. And here you'll see another baseball pass. Lauren Reardon coming up the floor against contact, just hard to the basket, scoring again. Lauren Reardon had a big second half on her way to 18 tonight. And it comes up with a great finish here for those two tonight as well. A little screen that's set. The ball comes back to Lauren Reardon. Another beautiful high-low play to J.C. Reardon. And those are the plays that the Knights are going to look forward to throughout the course of the season. And those are your post-game highlights brought to you by Proseed. Need seed? Think Proseed. Proseed.net. Individual numbers in this one tonight. I believe I've got Lauren Reardon for 18 points as the game high for Grand Forks Central, 14 for J.C. Reardon, and 13 off the bench tonight for Natalie Abrahamson. Such a nice night. Also, Taylor Olson with kind of the game-clinching 3. She ends up in double figures with 10, so 4 in double figures tonight for Grand Forks Central. Jayla Wald with 6, 4 for McKenna Roach, and 3 this evening coming the way of Lauren Mallett. And for the Dickinson Midgets tonight, Lauren Selly didn't get to finish the whole game. 17 points. She had a great game going. She's outdone by Abby Prowse, teammate with 18 points tonight for the game high for Dickinson. They're going to look for a little balanced scoring, though. You'll see Taya Rodakowski with 11 points tonight. Jenna Nelson with 6, had to battle through foul trouble. 3 for Emily Dutke tonight and 2 for Ruby Valencia. Your final score is Central 58 and Dickinson 56. Up next is the boys' half of our doubleheader. We're going to have a brief intermission, and we will come back with a look at some news from the KNOX newsroom, and then get ready for the second half of tonight's matchup. Those of you on the video side of things, we're going to keep it right here. You'll hear our look at news from the KNOX newsroom while you take in the pregame warm-ups in this one tonight, and we'll be back in just a bit, so we invite you to stay with us as the boys' half of the doubleheader is coming up next between Grand Forks Central and Dickinson, and we'll have it for you in just a couple of moments. Want to thank Joey Springer, our camera operator. Our post-game report brought to you tonight by Spray Advantage and Lake Region State College. Boys basketball next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Sports.
Grand Forks, did you know that you could save up to $1,200 in federal tax credits when you re-insulate your home? So don't wait, re-insulate. Request a free estimate from Cullen Insulation, Grand Forks Owens Corning Certified Energy Expert Professional. Visit culleninsulation.com or call 701-738-0640.
For over 20 years, I've helped the farming community and business owners achieve their goals. Growing up on a farm helps me to offer advisory banking products and services while providing quick, reliable advice. I'm here to help you grow too. I'm John Bodova of Franzen Bank and Trust.
Nelson Auto Center in Grand Forks is your locally owned dealership, and we have a great starting lineup: Ford, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Nelson Auto Center of Grand Forks, proud to be part of the Grand Forks community and proud to support local sports.
Building a new home or getting ready for a remodel? Protect your investment with a water softener from High Plains Water. It can prevent scaling of fixtures and keep soap scum from building up. Protect your home and your family with High Plains Water by your side. Visit them online at highplainswater.com.
You spend all Sunday hanging those Christmas lights, and then out of the blue, never fear, because Cousin Andrew is here to give his expert advice. Hello, this is Chad with RBB Electric, and instead of using a longer cord, Cousin Andrew tried to stretch those lights too far, to an outlet that wasn't close enough. All you hear is, "Help me! Help me!" as you come around the house, only to see Cousin Andrew tangled up swinging from the lights. Don't end up like Cousin Andrew. Call RBB Electric to move those outlets. RBB Electric in Fargo, Grand Forks, and Crookston.
Hello?
Yeah, is your refrigerator running?
Not again.
Because it should be.
Keep your refrigerator and all of your appliances running like new with the help of Bud and Ralph's Appliance Service. Bud and Ralph's has been making house calls in the greater Grand Forks area since 1986.
Hey everybody, it's Pastor Paul, and I'd like to invite you to Hope Church, especially for a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love to have you come and experience hope and encourage you to learn how to be a fully devoted follower of Jesus. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, 5 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, check us out at gfhope.org.
True North Equipment has been providing quality John Deere products, services, and technology solutions since 1897. Visit TrueNorthEquipment.com to check out inventory, shop and order parts, and see open positions. True North Equipment, true to our values, driven by you.
If you haven't had a good pizza, and I mean a really good pizza, from Pizza, you should. Pete's menu offers personal, family, or specialties available for delivery or pickup Tuesday through Saturday, along with daily specials, all at delicious prices. And if you haven't been to Pete'sMenu.com, you should.
From the Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Family Realty Newsroom, this is KNOX News with Jim Johnson.
Good evening. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says the 2025 legislature is in a good position to do a measured, responsible, bipartisan budget. However, Minnesota's economic forecast warns that future state budgets could have multi-billion-dollar deficits because of soaring costs for special education and long-term care.
We could fix that entirely and erase it if we use the rainy day funds to do it. But this is not a rainy day. That's not what those funds are for. We have time to address this structurally without negatively impacting the services that we're providing to people, but it's going to take some hard decisions.
Responses from Senate Republican Lisa Demuth and Senate Democrat Lisa Hortman differ on which biennium the legislature will address.
Given the fact that we have a budget crisis on the horizon, we need to start working now to evaluate efficiency of our state programs and working to root out the hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud that is still likely going on across state government.
We have the resources to take care of those folks. It will be a very tough job to figure out how to manage it for the long term. But I think our values say we are going to take care of those folks, but we are going to have to be really innovative in those big budget areas. Because even if you eliminated the Department of Agriculture and the DNR and the PCA and honestly the AG and the legislature and the governor's budget, you don't make a dent.
The Minnesota legislature convenes January 14th. A federal judge approved the state of North Dakota's request to intervene as a co-defendant in the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe's lawsuit against the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The lawsuit filed in October accuses the Army Corps of unlawfully allowing the Dakota Access Pipeline to operate without an easement, sufficient environmental study, or robust emergency spill response plans, among other alleged violations. The Standing Rock Sioux Tribe ultimately wants a federal judge to order that the pipeline be shut down. A federal appeals court on Friday upheld a law banning TikTok nationwide unless the viral video app was sold by its China-based parent company, rejecting TikTok's claim that the crackdown violates the free speech rights of millions of Americans. In its opinion, the court wrote that TikTok's ownership by a China-based company represents a national security threat that surpasses the free speech concerns TikTok raised. Here, the government acted solely to protect that freedom from a foreign adversary nation and to limit that adversary's ability to gather data on people in the United States, the court wrote. President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to save TikTok. And it's never too early to start thinking about the Minnesota State Fair, including the 2025 Grandstand Concert Series. The first show was announced today. Singer-songwriter and musician Melissa Etheridge and music duo Indigo Girls will rock the Grandstand stage on Sunday, August 24th, at 7 p.m. Tickets start at $56 and public sales open on December 12th at 10 a.m. Jim Johnson reporting, News Radio 1310 KNOX and KNOXradio.com.
News Radio 1310 KNOX AM Grand Forks, 107.9 and 103.3 KNOX FM, translated on
The following is a presentation of KNOX Sports.
Well, we welcome you back to our coverage of high school basketball tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports this evening downtown in Grand Forks, North Dakota, where game one of our doubleheader has come and gone, and the Grand Forks Central Knights have opened up the season 1-0 with a 68-56 win over the Dickinson Midgets. An exciting matchup all the way to the end. Now tonight, Grand Forks Central's boys and Dickinson's boys will lift the lids on their seasons against one another here in downtown Grand Forks. And for the Grand Forks Central Knights, things are very different than they were a year ago when Ross Wilbur, Eric Pay, and Jack Simmers were here trying to lead this team to as many big games as they could. All have graduated. A huge post presence, over 20 points per game last year from Eric Pay. Jack Simmers, a great role player. Ross Wilbur, great shooter. Now, Grand Forks Central doesn't have the cupboard completely bare. Cole Wilbur is back once again with his team. He's got the opportunity to do some great things shooting. And Brooklyn Bruce, who was injured earlier this year in the football season, apparently going to be about 50-50 or a little bit better as he gets a chance to play tonight. He had a really severe left leg injury, but he's going to get on the floor and he'll be a starter tonight for Grand Forks Central, taking those three-point shots. The one thing Central will need to find some size, and they'll have to find some developing rather quickly. They're going to take on a Dickinson midget team that will be bigger, and they're going to be a little bit more experienced coming back into this one tonight. Boston Cranston, who returns as a junior this year, was a sophomore in all WDA a year ago, over 17 points per game last year. And they've got better size and probably a little bit more athletic look than Grand Forks Central will have coming into this matchup tonight. So Central will have to defend the home floor against the Dickinson team that goes on the road looking to start their season with a win. We bring it to you tonight courtesy of our premier sports partners. They include Rivard's Turf and Forage, a premium seed dealer in Grand Forks. You find them online at rivards.com. All of their premium products, including their home mixed seed varieties and all of their ice melter products, can be found online at rivards.com. That ice melter is very important, but when it's time to plan out that upcoming turf and forage that you'll have this spring, check with Rivards and see what their seed varieties can do for you that they mix right here in their Grand Forks mixing plant. Rivards.com, the place to go to get that taken care of at rivards.com. And our report tonight in our pregame report and also our game coverage brought to you tonight by Grand Trailer Sales, your home for all things trailer in East Grand Forks. They are here and ready to get that trailer moving in the right direction and in the right way once again when it's time to get back out on the road. Whether you haul for recreation or you haul for your business, Grand Trailer Sales is ready for you to make sure that things roll the right way with that trailer all throughout the course of the year. Grand Trailer Sales, you can find Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks on Highway 2 East in East Grand Forks. We've got our pregame report coming up. We'll take a look at the players to watch in this matchup on the way and also run down, again, for those of you just joining us for boys basketball tonight, what it looks like as far as the schedule with Drive for the Title. That's all on the way, so do stay with us. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
There's never been a better time of year than now to get that new Ford from Nelson Auto Center in Grand Forks. It's the model year closeout, and you can drive off in a new F-150 XLT and save up to $14,500 or choose low 2.9% financing for 60 months. Ford Escape, another great buy. Save up to $4,250 and get low 1.9% for 66 months. Hurry in for huge discounts and low financing during our model year closeout at Nelson Auto Center in Grand Forks.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh-baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team.
Franson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Franson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
ProAg in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything ProAg has to offer.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Our pregame report, abbreviated as it is tonight, for boys basketball is brought to you by True North Equipment. true to your values, ready to serve you in the upper Red River Valley. When it's time for those John Deere products that you've come to know and love for generations in our area, it's time for True North Equipment. And our coverage is brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel. They are ready to make your vision become a reality at Signature Graphics and Apparel. Custom etching of patchwork that can be put on any layer of clothing that you're looking for. Durable, holds up better sometimes than embroidery does, sometimes than silk screening does. They have custom embroidery and vinyl signage as well at Signature Graphics and Apparel. Stop in and see what they have for you at Signature Graphics and Apparel. Well, let's run through some of our pregame report that we have for you rather quickly tonight. Drive for the Title is brought to you by Toys for Trucks, your car, truck, and Jeep accessory supercenter in Grand Forks. And as we mentioned in the girls' play, nobody's played anything up until this point tonight. So girls basketball, we have some records that are non-conference, but nobody's played in or out of the league coming into the night. It is the true season opener. So those are the teams on the left-hand side of the screen that you have tonight that are going to be our competitors in the EDC this year. And as we mentioned tonight, just about everybody's lifting the lid in some way. There were 5 doubleheaders. Shanley went to Bismarck Legacy. St. Mary's went to West Fargo Horace. Williston went to Fargo South. Fargo North went to Mandan to open up Mandan's brand new place. They've got a really nice-looking place in Mandan. And then, of course, here tonight, Dickinson's here to take on Grand Forks Central. But as we mentioned, you do see some teams that are doing it a little bit differently. Girls game on the other side of town tonight in Midtown. Red River hosting East Grand Forks in the girls standalone. Minot is at West Fargo tonight for girls, but West Fargo's at Minot for boys. And Bismarck is at West Fargo Cheyenne for girls, but Bismarck is at home to host West Fargo Cheyenne tonight. Again, the West Fargo schools and the Bismarck schools kind of sticking with that I guess, what would you call it? The old we're here, you're there type of scheduling model that they had back in the old days of the EDC. We hated it, but apparently they're going with it, and that's kind of what we have. And that's Drive for the Title, brought to you tonight by Toys for Trucks. Our game fuel this evening is brought to you by Circle K, and the names on the bottom of the list are the ones that you're looking for both Grand Forks Central and Dickinson. Tonight for Central, Cole Wilbur, 12.8 points per game, top scoring returner from a year ago. And Brooklyn Bruce showed us some really, really special things a year ago as a sophomore playing with that very experienced varsity basketball team. 7.4 points per game off the bench last year in the EDC. For Dickinson, Boston Cranston, a returning starter, Dylan Glasser, a returning starter, and Boston Cranston, 17 points per game coming back after all Eastern Dakota Conference status, or I should say rather all Western Dakota Association status a year ago as a sophomore. So he's definitely a breakout kind of player, and we'll be watching him play tonight as well. And again, the size advantage definitely is on the Dickinson side tonight. That's our game fuel, and it's brought to you tonight by Circle K. Our game fuel brought to you this evening by Circle K. Keys for the game tonight, brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Stop in and see what's new for the season at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. For the girls for Central tonight, established J.C. Reardon. They did, rebounding in the first half, scoring in the second half. Lauren Reardon getting it done with 18 tonight. Finding an identity defensively, they did that. They forced several turnovers against Dickinson. For the boys, we'll be watching. Can Brooklyn Bruce play the distance of the basketball game on a leg that was repaired in the offseason? Can you find a post that will replace Eric Pay? It's going to be a smaller basketball team that's on the floor for Grand Forks Central, and we'll see what they can produce with depth. That might be a pleasant surprise for Grand Forks Central this year. Those are the keys to the game, brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Stop in and see what's new for the season at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. It's always hockey season at Jarrell Sports Center. Precision hands-free skate sharpening pads and equipment for every position on the ice. And of course, all the other sports, they're outfitted for you as well at Jarrell Sports Center. Cameron Wolf, a 6'4 junior, will jump against Trey Wyman, a 6'2 senior for Grand Forks Central. Wyman, good ups, goes up and gets that basketball, and we are underway with the second half of our doubleheader tonight between Central and Dickinson. Wilbur getting free, kicking left corner. 3 on the way by Braden DeLorme, that won't fall. And a rebound for Dickinson comes down inside with Boston Cranston. And Cranston will bring his team up front. A quick 3 by Noah Widener, that's no good. But an O board for Nate Stevenson inside. He'll turn it back to Glasser, moving on the right side. Back off towards the left wing, and a travel coming up against Cameron Wolf. Starters tonight brought to you by Franson Bank and Trust. Real people, real results. FransonBank.com. The guards for Dickinson, Nolan Widener, a senior at 6'3", Dylan Glasser, a junior at 6'1", Boston Cranston, a junior at 6'2", and Nate Stevenson, a sophomore at 6'1", and their forward Cameron Wolf, a junior at 6'4". Central coming up. Cole Wilbur drives his way inside for Grand Forks Central. Off to Brooklyn Bruce, hard take, fall away with the left hand, missed it, and the rebound loose to Nate Stevenson for Dickinson. He'll push the tempo up the floor. They kick top of the key. Glasser going right corner. Cameron Wolf pulling up for three and missing. Rebound deflected the far side of the floor. It's one down low by Dickinson's Nate Stevenson and then poked away. Central forces a turnover. Brooklyn Bruce behind the back, cutting his way into the lane. Ball deflected off the floor and then ripped away from over his head by Cameron Wolf as Dickinson forces a turnover. Wolf nearly got away with the travel. Kicks to Glasser. Three on the way that won't fall. An offensive rebound. Stevenson's putback is good, and that will start the scoring tonight for both teams. Opening bucket to Nate Stevenson makes it 2-0 in favor of the Dickinson Midgets after a minute and a half of basketball. Brooklyn Bruce front court, looking back towards the top of the key, finding Caden Jonas for Grand Forks Central. He saw minutes last year as well. Top of the key, DeLorme for three. Comes off the front of the rim and won't fall. Dylan Glasser the rebound for Dickinson. They're in black with orange tonight for those of you on the radio side of things. Moving from our left to right, Central in white with the gray and maroon accents. Ball off to the left side for Boston Cranston for Dickinson. He'll turn it back to Nolan Weiner. Back to Cranston on top. He'll pull the trigger for three and hit it, and it's 5-0 in favor of Dickinson to start the matchup tonight. 2 and a 3 that go down. Central still looking for a good offensive look to start tonight. Brooklyn Bruce into the front court. Hands on him from Glasser. This will be played physically tonight. They allowed that to go, and Glasser definitely held up Brooklyn Bruce on that play. Ball back near side. Trey Wyman. Hard take to the basket, trying to Euro his way in. He'll pick up a foul. Believe it's going to go against Cameron Wolf. And this will put Wyman on the foul line for Grand Forks Central. And it will go against Cameron Wolf. The starters tonight for Grand Forks Central brought to you by Franson Bank and Trust. The guards, Braden DeLorme, 5'11 junior. Trey Wyman, 6'2 senior forward, rather. Cole Wilbur will start at guard, a 5'9 senior. And also see Brooklyn Bruce at guard, a 5'10 junior. The forwards tonight, Caden Jonas, 5'11 junior. And as we mentioned, Wyman playing a forward spot, a 6'2 senior. Wyman knocks down the front end to cut the lead for Dickinson to 4, and it will be solid at 4 as Wyman's second with the left hand comes up a little strong, and it's 5-1. Dickinson on top by 4 after 2.5 minutes of basketball. Ball right side of the floor, Cameron Wolf for the Midgets. Off a screen, they go top for Nolan Widener, spinning his way into the lane. A stop on the right elbow. Back out to Glasser, pulls the trigger for 3, left it short, but another open rebound that's run down by Wolf. Back out, 3 again. This one strong off the heel from Nolan Widener. Another offensive rebound, picked away in the far corner. Dickinson back to work with it. Ball on the right side, hard take by Widener, driving in on Wyman, puts his back to the basket, turns it back to the top of the key. A drive by Jack Hammond, that got him to the ring, and Hammond will score. Jack Hammond coming in off the bench, a 6-foot senior in a guard spot. Central finds themselves down a half dozen early. Score is 7-1. Crossover dribble up top. Braden DeLorme trying to work towards the right side. Got the ball away to Wyman, who will cut his way in. Tried to kick it out, and the ball was knifed short. Boston Cranston got his hands on it. Dickinson forces another turnover, and Central has really struggled holding on to the basketball early. Cranston spinning inside. Shot altered, but a foul. Wyman was the man that was there. Correction, DeLorme was the man that was there defensively. And this will put Boston Cranston on the foul line. Lead 6 for Dickinson in the early going. Central still looking for a good look. Caden Jonas over to the bench, coming back on the floor for the Knights. And we'll see Boston Cranston returning all WDA selection from a year ago. Lefty that's at the foul line. His first is good. 4 points for Boston Cranston. Hit a 3 in the early going. It's 8-1 in favor of Dickinson. A 7-point lead in the early going. And the Midgets will go to their bench again. Leland Villar is a 5'9 senior, comes into the matchup for the first time. Cranston now has 5 as he knocks down the back end. And it's 9-1, an 8-point lead in favor of Dickinson over Grand Forks Central. Central with a 3-on-1. Wyman to the glass, missing on a layup. Loose basketball pulled off the glass by Jack Hammond. And here comes Dickinson back into the front court. Cranston crossover dribble, hard take in the lane. Goes down low. Hammond's there and scores. Jack Hammond with 2. Central down by a 10-point margin after 3.5 minutes of play. It's 11-1 in favor of Dickinson. Wilbur up the floor, finding Wyman, deflected from behind. Ball's out of bounds. Last touched by Dickinson's Cameron Wolf. And it will be Central's basketball. Boy, no move as of yet made to call a timeout by Dan Carlson, the head coach of the Knights, as the lead has sprung to 11-1. But Dickinson's been physical. The Midgets have been faster, and they've really kept Central from being able to do anything offensively. Lead into Caden Jonas, having to put his back to the basket to retrieve that ball from Jack Hammond. Brooklyn Bruce stepping his way inside, got to the elbow, poked away from behind, able to pick it back up. Back out on top, Wyman driving, scoop layup, got to the basket and scores. Trey Wyman has all 3 points for Central. That's the first field goal. Knights go over 4 minutes without a field goal, but cut the lead to 8 by a score of 11-3. Ball top of the key, Cameron Wolf. Cranston off the seal for 3 short. Wolf, the O board, back to the basket. Count it. No, it won't go down. I think he felt like that ball was going to go. He was celebrating as if he had scored it. That rolled around but would not go down. He'll go to the foul line instead, and that'll be the first foul against Trey Wyman tonight. So Cameron Wolf finds his way to the foul line, trying to push the lead back to 10 for Dickinson. Opener is no good. See some changes as the Knights will send number 21, DJ Peralt, 6-foot senior, into the game as a guard. Dickinson ready to change out the shooter here in a couple of moments. I think we're going to see Nate Stevenson perhaps coming back into the game. Cameron Wolf will score in the back end. And Stevenson does come back into the matchup, replacing Cameron Wolf. And the lead is back to 9 for Dickinson by a score of 12-3 with 13:46 to play here in the opening half. Inbounds pass for Central coming from DJ Peralt. Middle of the floor, Wyman coming down with it. Wyman a stop, and then threw the basketball away after he got cut off on the trap. Widener from 15 hits it. We've got a foul on the floor away from the basketball. I believe Widener's jumper is going to count, and Dickinson's going to get the ball. They're counting the basket, and it will be the second foul against Trey Wyman. So Nolan Widener's bucket will score. That'll make it 15-3 Dickinson. And the Midgets are going to get the basketball as well after the foul away from the basketball for a rebound. And Central will send in Miko Zamora. He comes in for the first time for the Knights. A kick to the right side. Widener for 3. Rolls around and back in. Circled the cylinder twice. Widener comes up with his 5th. And Central is down 15 points. 4.5 minutes into the game. It's 18-3. Bruce is trapped at a timeout taken by Grand Forks Central. Knights down 18-3 on our All-True scoreboard. Timeout for our friends at Apex Apparel and Big Jim's Tire. We're back with more in a couple of moments. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Sports.
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersales.com.
Timeout taken by Grand Forks Central, and the Knights down by a score of 18-3. Here in the early going, a 15-point lead for Dickinson. We'll see a foul against the Midgets on the way up the floor. Dylan Glosser will be called for his first. That'll be the second team foul against Dickinson. But the Midgets, rather, with 6 different men that have scored so far in the game. Nobody with more than 5. They've hit a couple of threes, but they have just absolutely harassed Central into turnovers, and Central's had no answer. Cole Wilbur trapped by a double team, trying to step through it. Put the ball down after it's deflected loose. Kicks it left side, and a 3 on the way. Comes up empty off the wing from DJ Peralt. An offensive rebound pulled down by Caden Jonas out to Bruce for 3. That one's off the heel of the rim, and Dylan Glasser comes down with a rebound for Dickinson on the baseline. Midgets back into the front court. Glasser kicking. Stevenson on top. Widener a head fake. Drives through 2 defenders. Got to the rim but missed it off the heel. Bruce crashes the rebound for Central. Comes up with it. A rebound to Caden Jonas. He'll look to Miko Zamora up the floor. Zamora stop. Head fake. And they're right on Wilbur. They're going to cover him tightly. Wilbur driving. Spinning from the foul line. Follow-away jumper. Banked in and out. And the rebound to Widener on the baseline. Leland Villars drew the defensive assignment in that situation. Stevenson up the floor for Dickinson. He'll kick to Glasser on the left wing. A ball fake. Glasser for 3, well short. This rebound is pounded for. Kanan Jonas was able to come up with part of it, but it will be a held ball, and Dickinson's going to take over on the arrow. Cameron Wolf, Boston Cranston come back into the game for Dickinson. Brooklyn Bruce will sit for Central, and Braden DeLorme will come back in to replace him. And Dylan Glasser will inbound the basketball for the Midgets. Comes to the right side. Villars drifting left, got to the left elbow to Boston Cranston on top. Cranston slipped, went to the floor, but was able to save the possession to Nate Stevenson. Nate Stevenson stepping up to the elbow. A kick back. Villars driving baseline, got to the basket. Offensive foul. They're going to wave it off. Villars driving, and he was drawn into a charge and wave off the basket for Leland Villars. That'll be his first foul in the third against Dickinson. And Grand Forks Central will get the basketball back, still down by an 18-3 margin. 11:59 to play in the opening half, and Central looking for an answer of any kind. Jonas in the backcourt finding Wilbur. Wilbur going behind the back with the dribble, trying to fend off Villars. Ball comes near side for Jonas. A step back to the top of the key. A look towards the right, goes into the right corner. Hard take going in, a crash and a kick back to Wilbur. His three well short, set up on a good drive in the baseline by DJ Peralt. Loose basketball to Cameron Wolf on the rebound. Boston Cranston run into by Wilbur. Back off to Wolf, a line drive three that's good. Cameron Wolf pulling up, hitting the third three of the night for Dickinson. And the lead is 18 for the Midgets at 21-3. Wilbur backcourt, behind the back dribble, being pressured by Villars the entire way. And they're letting him play really hands-on both ways in that situation. Off the dribble, follow a three that won't go for Braden DeLorme. Rebound poked out of bounds and is headed back to the Midgets. Ice cold for Central. They have one field goal through nearly 7 minutes, and that's because of Dickinson, not just because they've missed open shots. They've missed a couple of open shots, but Dickinson has absolutely cinched the door shut defensively tonight, and they have used that to their advantage in scoring 21 points in just 7 minutes as well. Ball on the top of the key for Tatum Bullinger, a 5'8 junior that's checked into the matchup. Bullinger stopping, kicking to Glasser, right side, curls into the lane, got to the basket and scores. Dylan Glasser's first two. Lead is 20 for Dickinson at 23-3. Wilbur behind the back dribble, working left side. Crossover dribble coming back out on top. And again, right there is Bullinger just step for step. The Knights have not found a matchup so far they've been able to win. Jonas pulls up for an 18-footer, missed it short. Rebound to Nate Stevenson for Dickinson. And the Midgets look back up the floor. Glasser running the floor. Boston Cranston looking down low. Bullinger reverse layup missed. And the rebound's taken down by DeLorme for Grand Forks Central. He'll leave it for Miko Zamora, who drives, kicks out. Wilbur open three out of the corner, and Cranston got over to reject the shot. You can tell by watching this Dickinson team, this is a team that really likes to play defense. Head coach Dan Glasser must have been preaching that to this team because they are enjoying playing the defensive side of the ball. They like hitting shots. There's no question about it, but in every possession that we've seen up the floor for Grand Forks Central so far tonight, there has not been a midget out of place. Jordan Daychild, a 5'11 junior, comes into the matchup for the Midgets. They're playing deep into their bench tonight as well. Wilbur on the top of the key looking for a screen. Got it from Quante Henry, who stepped in. Wilbur looking left side, driving baseline, a blocking foul, holding up DJ Peralt. We'll see a foul coming up against Jordan Daychild on the wing. We mentioned Quante Henry, 6-foot junior. Quante Henry was an athletic kid. Saw him on the football field this year for Grand Forks Central, and he's a guy without a lot of minutes varsity time, but he could grow himself into a good spot for Central throughout the course of the year. Henry kicking right side, that pass to Wilbur broken up. Another piece of quick feed for Bullinger. He'll drive the floor, got it to Nate Stevenson, reaching in for a bank shot that was missed. Peralt comes away with the rebound, sends it back into the front court, and he's able to find Braden DeLorme, and Central goes to work, down 20 at 23-3 as we approach the 9.5-minute mark. DeLorme driving, Euro stepping, kicking out. Jonas no chance to go to the basket with the basketball. Back to Wilbur, hard take, foul on the floor. Brooklyn Bruce still on the bench for Central. That's someone that they're going to need to have on the floor to produce some sort of an offensive threat here for the Knights. Change coming up for the Midgets as Nolan Widener, after a break, will come back in replacing Nate Stevenson. And Brooklyn Bruce will come on, but he'll replace Cole Wilbur. If you're the opposing team, until someone else can show you that they're going to score, really Wilbur and Bruce are the two men you're going to key on if you're defending against Grand Forks Central. And here you'll see Bullinger coming out to defend Bruce. Screen is set, and that screen is immediately jumped. Cameron Wolf comes in on Brooklyn Bruce. Bruce right side. They got Quante Henry inside, and Henry will score. Nice play by Bruce kicking out to the corner, and Peralt was able to find Henry inside. Cuts the lead to 18 at 23-5. Ball on top, taken by Nolan Widener for Dickinson. He'll look left wing Bullinger, now Boston Cranston trying to jab step his way out of the corner. Hard take down the baseline, shot may have been altered from behind. Chonas comes up with a loose basketball. Quante Henry front forward, dribbling it back to Brooklyn Bruce, who gets taken down hard on his way to the basket. One thing that you've noticed about this game tonight as well is that because of the trapping pressure, what the offense turns into when you finally get it up the floor looks kind of like rec ball or men's league ball. I mean, they really don't have the opportunity to set a play because the pressure has held them up long enough to where the shot clock becomes a bit of a factor, or they're waiting for players to catch up after so much effort was used to just get the ball into the front court, and that's credit to Dickinson's defense. Peralt out of the right corner, spin move to the lane, scoop layup. That's a nice looking play for DJ Peralt. Or actually, correction, Braden DeLorme. My apologies, folks. Braden DeLorme going to the basket, the scoop layup and scoring. And the lead is trimmed to 16 at 23-7. Ball off the left side of the floor for Dickinson. Hard take in for Daychild. He was able to go to the basket with Nolan Widener, and Widener cuts for his 7th. And the lead will expand. They've got a 23-9. They're going to fix that. It's 25-7. Dickinson back on top by 18. What the Knights need are a couple of threes here. Brooklyn Bruce into the front court. A lean taken by Peralt, or actually DeLorme rather. DeLorme will come back to Peralt. 15-footer on the baseline. Comes up short. Boston Cranston comes down with a rebound for Dickinson. He'll push tempo again, and Widener just waiting for a wide open three out of the right corner. He's got 10 in the early going. 10 points in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes for Widener. Bruce runs into a roadblock, offensive foul. Brooklyn Bruce trying to get up the floor, runs into a defender and is called for the charge. The lead is 21 for Dickinson at 28-7. Central will make a change. Trey Wyman comes back into the matchup, was lost early with 2 fouls. And the Knights would like to get Cole Wilbur back on the floor. They'll have to wait till the next dead ball. Boston Cranston up for Dickinson. Working left side, swings the ball back to the left wing for Daychild. Daychild to stop, Cranston on the top of the key, looking right corner, was able to find his man, Jack Hammond, and back out to Cranston for 3. He hits it. Boston Cranston with 8, 2 threes, 2 of 2 the line. Lead grows to 24 at 31-7. 31's impressive. The 7, that's even more impressive right now for Dickinson. Quante Henry running some flex. Working right side to Brooklyn Bruce. Got off a roadblock, jump stopping to the basket. Brooklyn Bruce will score. We saw a lot of that last year for Brooklyn Bruce, and the Knights are going to need a whole lot more of that coming up this year. And here's a takeaway. DJ Peralt measuring a pass. He'll go to the basket and score in the finger roll. Takeaway breakaway for DJ Peralt, and now Dickinson loses the ball out of bounds, touched up last, however, by Braden DeLorme. We'll see a timeout taken by the Midgets as the lead is cut back to 20. 31-11 on the All-True scoreboard. Let's go to our American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and really nice play coming up here. The flex, Quante Henry running it, and you'll see this take to the basket just kind of going in hard is Brooklyn Bruce, and we saw a lot of Brooklyn Bruce last year doing exactly that, penetrating to the basket. He just finds some lanes to run through on his way in that other teams don't find. But right now, it's all Dickinson at 31-11. Timeouts brought to you by Apex Apparel. They're your hometown quick turnaround promotional goods store, family owned in Grand Forks. And our timeouts are brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of agricultural tires in the region. Midgets leading 31-11, 10 points for Nolan Widener, 8 for Boston Cranston in the early going. Central with 3 from Trey Wyman, no one else with more than 2. And Dickinson will inbound. Nolan Widener will take it and finds Boston Cranston. Cranston will bring the ball up front for Dickinson. Moving right side, Widener off the right wing. Quante Henry comes out to defend him. Off a screen, Daychild gets open. Comes back towards the left wing, Cranston. Kicking back towards that left side, Jack Hammond. Off to Daychild, back to Hammond waiting on the top of the key. Left side, Cranston open for 3. Jumper falls up short. Quante Henry comes up with a rebound for Central and a foul. Nolan Widener stepping in from behind and will commit the harm. And that's going to send Central the length of the floor to shoot foul shots. Quante Henry's been a factor, and you kind of wonder with the athleticism that he brings to the game. Again, limited minutes, but if he comes into a game and he makes it look like he belongs in the matchup, then I think you're going to see Dan Carlson have a lot of confidence in him, because he was a pretty good athlete for Jake Schauer and that Grand Forks Central Knights football team this fall. Henry's foul shot won't fall. The rebound deflected around, and Dylan Glasser will come up with it for Dickinson. Midgets leading 31-11. They're on the move, and we'll see Quante Henry committing a foul, holding up Boston Crampton his way down the baseline. Henry's first. That's one of those experience plays. Henry getting back into the backcourt to defend and didn't move his way to take away the baseline. And boy, Boston Cranston, all WDA a year ago as a sophomore, and that's a tough league to be all WDA in as a sophomore. Tougher when you're in Dickinson to do that. A drive to the basket, Daychild pulling up and missing. Rebound put back on the reverse. He's got it. Jordan Daychild's first two, scoring over Zaid Martin, a 5'5 junior guard who steps into the matchup for the first time. And it's 33-11, Dickinson with a 22-point lead over Grand Forks Central. Wilbur in the front court being defended by Nolan Widener. Wilbur stepping back, taking a look, working right side. Quante Henry shuffling back to Zaid Martin on the near edge. Martin will hand it off. Out on top, DeLorme. Coming left side, stops on the elbow, pulls up on a follow-away jumper, left it short. Rebound to Boston Cranston. Quickly up the floor, Widener in transition. They score their 12th with Nolan Widener. Lead is back to 24 at 35-11 with just under 6 to play in the first half. A step by Wilbur. Quante Henry steps into a three, left it short. Rebound deflected out of Wyman's hands, out of bounds. They'll say Wyman lost it out of bounds. And now they're going to overturn the call. Wyman said, "Are you sure? That was knocked away from behind me." And our official says, "No, I got it. That was a mix-up on my part." And there's absolutely no protest from the Dickinson bench, so this ball will go back to Grand Forks Central. Zaid Martin will inbound with the Midgets leading 35-11. Inbounds pass to Cole Wilbur on the top of the key. Wilbur driving right, hard stop, 15-footer, hits it. Cole Wilbur stepping into his first bucket tonight. Lead cut to 22 at 35-13. Cranston front court for Dickinson. Working left side, hard take to the baseline. A stop against Wilbur. Now turns to his left hand and scores off the glass. Boy, that's a smooth move for Boston Cranston. He's got 10. Posting up, goes to the basket just a little bit further away, but says it's a left-handed layup. I've been making those for a long time. Comes up with a little left-handed kiss off the glass. Lead back to 24. Chonas driving in. We'll see a foul from behind. May go against Cranston. Boston Cranston's first. And with 5:08 to play in the opening half, Central down by a 24-point margin at 37-13. Central girls won tonight, defeating Dickinson. 68-56 was the final score there. And apparently we have an official's timeout, as Central's Trey Wyman has come off the floor. I'm not sure if he's bleeding. Looks like that may be the case. And so Brooklyn Bruce, who was out, will come back into the matchup for Central. And in the meantime, Caden Chonas is going to go to the foul line for the Knights. So Chonas waiting for his opportunity to take a couple of three-point shots. First is on the way, and foul shots. First on the way and good. Chonas does take a lot of threes. Wore the specs last year. And this year, either had it all fixed up or is wearing some contact lenses, going at it a little differently. And the second one won't fall. The rebound brought down on the baseline by Cameron Wolf for Dickinson. 37-14, Dickinson's lead, trimmed to 23. Boston Cranston to Wolf, back to Cranston, three with the left hand, just a dagger. Boston Cranston stepping into a three and scoring again. That'll give him 13 here on the night. And the lead is 40-14. And just a really great two-man game between Wolf and Cranston. Wolf dishing back, setting the seal. That allowed the open three. Cranston steals a ball intended for Brooklyn Bruce. He finds Widener in transition with a miss. Rebound underneath, fought for, and Nate Stevenson sticks it back. He's got 4. 42-14, all Midgets here in the opening half with 4:25 to go. Stop, front court, Chonas, head fake, working left side, hit by double team pressure. He'll stop and it goes back to Brooklyn Bruce. Bruce a stop. Zane Martin driving baseline. Drives in, stops, looks, in some trouble, leaves it up the sideline. That one was beyond the sideline. We mentioned the Midgets are bigger, and they are, But that's not what has been the factor in this one. What has been the factor in this one is they're quicker. They have just been able to put on a double-team press, even in the half court, and Central just is unable to beat it so far tonight. They're going to have to find a way to pick up that speed of the game. Here Cranston gets the baseline again, drives it and scores. Central didn't cut off the baseline. Boston, Cranston's been doing that all night. He has 15. 44-14, the lead is now 30. Bounce pass to the near side of the floor. A drive by Bruce, and he's hit by a double-team ball trap, and foul will go against Leland Villars. Second on Villars. I'm told that during the girls' game I mispronounced a name. I was sent a message that it's pronounced Lauren Mullet, not Lauren Mallet. Now, what's unfortunate about that is that I checked with the staff with the pronunciations before the game, and I was told that it was Mallet. But we'll get that fixed for the next one. Brooklyn Bruce is at the line, shooting 1-for-1 penalty. His first is good. Brooklyn with 3. And that will knock a point off the lead for Dickinson, makes it 44-15 in favor of the Midgets. 3:47 to play opening half. Bruce's second is good. That'll give him 4. And we'll see a whistle and a timeout will be taken by Grand Forks Central. Timeout for Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, home-owned promotional shop in Grand Forks. They get it done for you right. They get it done for you fast. They have promotional products to go along with their apparel. So when you're going to a trade show and you're looking for some promotional items, giveaway items, that type of thing, shop Apex Apparel. See what they can do for you. And our timeout's brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, the #1 supplier of agricultural tires in the region. Whether it's big rigs all the way down to your car, they've got tires that you're looking for. And with the ice and snow conditions that we're expecting, boy, now is the time to make sure you've got the right tires. Stop at Big Jim's Tire and find out if they can help you. 3:47 left, opening half. Scoreboard updates tonight are brought to you by All True. Regular screenings with All True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org. Call 780-5000. Dickinson will inbound the basketball. And we'll see Dylan Glasser back into the matchup. Glasser will bring the ball into the front court for the Midgets. Plays it off left side. Villars, a stop on the foul line. Cameron Wolf looking left wing. Nate Stevenson. Stop, back to the top. Glasser stepping back. Looking, cut off a little bit. Back to Stevenson, measuring his opportunity. Steps in the lane against Jonas. A kick out, 3 by Villars, comes up short. Rebound up in the air and deflected. Central comes away with it. It'll be Cole Wilbur that comes up the floor in transition. Circles off on the right wing and now brings it back to the near side of the floor. Peralt for 3 is good. DJ Peralt stepping into a 3. He's got 5. And the Knights are back within 25 at 44-19. Stop, Cameron Wolf working down towards the baseline. Hard take into the lane. A stop, a pull up from 6 feet, rolls in. Cameron Wolf, 6. And the lead is back to 27 for Dickinson at 46-19. Bruce back into the front court, handing off to Peralt. Peralt to stop, Wilbur curling back towards the near side, back to Bruce. Bruce stepping up against Glasser at the top of the key. Little crossover step, finding Jonas, who's banged into by Wolf. Wilbur off a seal for 3, connects. Cole Wilbur steps into a 3 and scores his 5th. And the Knights have found at least a little bit of offensive rhythm here at the end of the opening half to perhaps rally around a bit. Cranston working right side, kicking out. Wolf right corner wide open for 3, missed it off the heel. Wilbur comes down with a rebound. He's immediately pressed and a foul. Either Stevenson or Villars, and it looks like they're going to target Leland Villars for his 3rd. And that will be the 10th team foul against Dickinson, so the double penalty here. And Cole Wilbur is going to get 2 automatic. Fantastic tennis season for Cole Wilbur this year for Grand Forks Central. Now here in a basketball roll. First is on the way, and that one's short, and well short for Cole Wilbur. Couple of changes here for the Midgets. Jordan Daychild comes back in. Tatum Bullinger returns as well. They've played fairly deep off their bench tonight. Jack Hammond off their bench, Villars, Bullinger, Daychild. 9 solid names that have come out there and played, so 9 deep thus far. Second foul shot is good for Cole Wilbur. That gives him 6, and the lead is 46-23, Dickinson. Stop on the top of the key. They look in to the elbow. Turn by Cameron Wolf against Quante Henry. Wolf pulls up and scores his 6th. Rather, from 6, he scores his 8th. Lead back to 25, 48-23 for Dickinson. Bruce front court working towards the right side. A stop coming back to the basketball, Braden DeLorme. DeLorme curls back to the left. Quante Henry on the top of the key. Glasser comes out to get him. Back to the right for Bruce. Shot clock approaching 10. Bruce hard take, reverse layup, spins one in. My goodness. Brooklyn Bruce going to the basket. And I'll tell you what, on a night when things have not gone well, to watch the individual play of Brooklyn Bruce, that's something pretty special for Grand Forks Central to watch that one spin in. A stop on the foul line. A look to kick back by Tatum Bullinger. 3 on the way by Wolf that won't fall. Nate Stevenson, an O-board, back to the basket. He scores it. 6 for Nate Stevenson. Lead 50-25 in favor of Dickinson. They score the halfway point to the century here in the opening half with time to spare. Drive, blocking foul coming up. A kick out coming from Peralt. Ran over one of the midgets inside trying to draw the foul, and Bullinger's going to pick up his second personal. Clock with 1:10 to go. Halftime report coming up. And at halftime, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from this opening half of play, so stay with us. As we will see DJ Peralt at the foul line for Central. First will not roll. Lead remains 50-25. Dickinson again making a couple of changes. Widener back into the matchup. Jack Hammond into the matchup as well. We saw Hammond enter the game very early. He was not listed as a starter, but may well have been, as he got in just really seconds into the game. Second foul shot on the way will not fall for Peralt either. Couple of foul shots left short by DJ Peralt. Long transition pass up the floor, however, for Dickinson. That will not get where it's going. 50-25. Central with the basketball. We're down to a minute to play in the opening half of basketball. Brooklyn Bruce into the front court, finding his way left wing to Braden DeLorme. DeLorme getting a screen from Henry. It's switched upon. Daychild comes out now to defend DeLorme. Back to the circle. DJ Peralt looking for a screen. Henry sets another. Peralt uses it. Comes back to Cole Wilbur, and a travel by Wilbur trying to move out on the perimeter. That'll be a turnover to Dickinson with 45.7 seconds left to go here in the first half. Inbounds pass off the far sideline coming from Dylan Glasser. Nolan Widener into the front court for Dickinson. Top of the key, Daychild. Faking both directions, coming back to Glasser, top of the key, left-hand dribble, hard take to the basket, shot blocked. Hard take that time by Braden DeLorme to block the shot. Quante Henry comes away with the basketball, tries to kick it out and threw it away. And now Daychild has an open Glasser into the front court. Bank shot will be missed on the layup. Peralt got back hard to lay in a hard foul. I'm not sure if Glasser has the ability to dunk the basketball, but he could see the contact coming and decided to go high off the glass, ends up missing the bank shot, and Peralt will be called for the foul. So this will put Dylan Glasser on the foul line for Dickinson with 22.8 seconds to play in the opening half. His first foul shot, no good. Boston Cranston with a quick 15 to get this one started tonight. Nolan Widener with 12 and finishing the first half for now. Second foul shot on the way is good for Dylan Glasser. He's got 3, but Dickinson took care of this one with their defense in the opening half very early. Shot clock's turned off, and we've got a foul in the backcourt. Dylan Glasser and Brooklyn Bruce matching up, and starting to see a couple of little extra pushes and tugs now as this Central team a little frustrated. This has been allowed to be a very physical basketball game. I mean, there's been really some constant hands-on offensively and defensively. You've seen even offensive players bracing an arm out in front of them to keep a defender from really getting up in their space and being allowed to do it as Brooklyn Bruce knocks down a foul shot. He's got 7. Glasser will step off the floor after picking up that foul. His second. And the second foul shot on the way for Brooklyn Bruce will cut the lead to 24, 51-27. 15 seconds to go. Let's see what Dickinson dials up here at the end of the opening half. They'll go with Widener bringing the ball in the front court. Cranston, 8 seconds to play. Cranston hard to the basket. Had the ball nearly taken away. And then Cole Wilbur comes up with it. Half-court buzzer beater by Wilbur hit the backboard, and that'll be the end of the first half of basketball. This Dickinson midget team is for real defensively, and they put a hurting on Grand Forks Central in the opening half, taking a 24-point lead into the locker room. Your score at the end of the opening half as we move to our halftime report, brought to you by our friends at High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. Dickinson 51, Central 27. Come back with our halftime highlights in a couple of moments, so stay with us. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more in just a couple of moments.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with Harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks. Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports tonight from Grand Forks Central High School. Great night tonight for the Grand Forks Central Knights girls as they win by a score of 68-56. However, this one got away from Grand Forks Central early tonight as a very hardcore defensive unit from Dickinson came out, established authority early in this one, and took Central to the woodshed in the first half and leads by a score of 51-27 at halftime. Our halftime report brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Find out what a system from High Plains Water can do for your quality of living. No more scaly buildup around your fixtures, but better yet, better tasting tap water, which means you'll drink more. Cleaner clothes with less detergent because treated water does a better job. And appliances that last longer, and that saves you money. High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. And Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the men of steel. When it's time to tighten something on the farm, or it's time to repair a broken or twisted shaft, don't let downtime hurt your bottom line. Take that to Grand Forks Welding and Machine. They are the men of steel. They will make sure that your projects are met with a timely approach and that they're done with a great deal of skill so that you can get yourself ready to go for the upcoming season once it's time to roll again. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the men of steel. You'll find them at 1812 Gateway Drive. Well, 15 points for Boston Cranston in the opening half. Nolan Widener with 12. And Central played 9 deep on their bench, had 7 different men score. and really just got into Central, forcing a ton of turnovers early before Central found a little offensive rhythm and kind of figured out how to play at that speed of the game, and that's what turns this into what it is right now, 51-27 in favor of Dickinson over Grand Forks Central. Let's take a look at just a few of the highlights from the opening half, brought to you by Proceed. Need seed? Think Proceed, proceed.net. And we're looking for Brooklyn Bruce to do some of the things that Brooklyn Bruce does, and he kind of gets things going in just a little bit. But first, nice little scoop play to Braden DeLorme that goes to the glass and scores for Grand Forks Central to kind of open things up offensively tonight. And then we see a couple of opportunities for Brooklyn Bruce to do the transition game. Here he is on a jump stop, hard to the basket, splitting a pair of defenders there. And his next one was really pretty at the end of the opening half. You'll watch Bruce, little flex play coming from Quante Henry. Bruce there way out beyond the arc, but finds his rhythm, spins, took some contact, and spun that one in reverse style. A couple of big plays for Brooklyn Bruce, but obviously not enough for Grand Forks Central in the early going. And those are your highlights brought to you by Proceed. Need seed? Think Proceed. Proceed.net. Individual numbers that we have for you at this point in the matchup. Nolan Widener, as we mentioned, with 12. Boston Cranston with 15. 5 field goals for Boston Cranston, 3 threes and 2 to the line. Nolan Widener, 5 field goals, couple of threes in that mix. 8 points for Cameron Wolf tonight, including 3 field goals, 1 of 2 shooting. Nate Stevenson with 6. A lot of that created by offensive rebounding as well. That's something Dickinson did well that kind of gets overshadowed by their defensive effort. Jack Hammond with 4, Dylan Glasser with 3, Jordan Daychild with 2. And for Central, Brooklyn Bruce with 8, couple of buckets that you saw, 4 of 4 from the foul line. Cole Wilbur with 6, DJ Peralta has 5. And from there, scoring's a little short. Trey Wyman with 3, Quante Henry, Braden DeLorme with 2. Single for Caden Chonas, and it's 51-27. Grand Forks Central trailing Dickinson at the break. And those are your halftime numbers. And your halftime numbers tonight brought to you by Bergstrom Electric with Who Lit the Lamp, brought to you tonight by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter at Bergstrom Electric. Again, the leaders that we have for you this evening. 15 points for Boston Cranston, expected to be a factor. Nolan Widener with 12 for Dickinson. 8 points for Brooklyn Bruce to pace Grand Forks at this point. And that is a look at your halftime summary, brought to you this evening by High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. And we will come back with more as we continue with our halftime report in just a couple of moments, so stay with us. Our coverage of high school basketball continues in just a couple of moments on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more after this.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer. When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need. For anything sports, stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school basketball tonight in the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports, 51-27. Grand Forks Central trailing Dickinson by a 24-point margin as we get ready for the second half of our boys half of the doubleheader tonight. Earlier tonight, The Central girls coming around with a big win to start their season. 68-56 over Dickinson tonight. Led by 18 from Lauren Reardon and 14 from J.C. Reardon. And I don't know what the final rebounding number is going to be, but J.C. Reardon is probably going to have something like 15 rebounds. In the matchup tonight. So we'll see how that goes this season for Grand Forks Central. But I mean, a 15 rebound. I don't know what the number is going to be. I'll have to ask. Mike Matheson's going to join us for KNOX Coaches Saturday coming up tomorrow, and we will definitely ask what that number looked like, because that was a huge number tonight that she was able to put together offensively, or rather rebounding-wise. And not all of it was defensive rebounding either. She had a handful of offensive rebounds tonight in this one, but she was very, very good. I mean, very good tonight for Grand Forks Central rebounding the basketball. In a 68-56 win in the girls' half of our doubleheader. Now ready to finish off the boys' half with Central down a big number and having to come out and play for a little bit of pride. Down by a score of 51-27. At the end of the opening half, we get ready with second half basketball tonight. Inbounds pass, Cole Wilbur to Brooklyn Bruce, looking at a double team. Back to Wilbur. Nearly closed upon, but got rid of it. Now a three by Braden DeLorme. Good out of the left corner. Nice start. Braden DeLorme will knock down his fifth, and the lead is cut to 21. A three on the way by Widener is the answer. Nolan Widener with 15, and it's now 54-30. So just like that, Dickinson comes back with an offensive answer. But Central find their way. They're looking to do a little different job with the trap here, and it had success the first time around, but a long pass against the trap comes up empty this time as another turnover is forced by Dickinson. Stevenson comes away with the basketball. Cranston driving is fouled. And I don't believe this will result in shots. I think this foul is going to be on the floor against Central, but Dickinson will keep the basketball in the front court. Foul's going to go against Trey Wyman. That's his third already. And with what we've seen from this Central team, they played 9 tonight, and they're decent players that come in off the bench, but Wyman's not going to want to have his minutes limited. He's one of the more athletic guys out there for Central. Ball taken by Cameron Wolf, having to play it back to the top of the key as his angle got short behind the backboard. Glasser driving hard, and we're going to see a whistle and a held ball as we saw Braden DeLorme get over and put a hand on top of the ball, force it back to Glasser, and Glasser will inbound with 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Glasser looking, bounces one inside. Stevenson back to the basket on Chonas, working his way in, turning, double pivoting, throwing one up on a prayer. Dickinson wants a foul they're not going to get, but with the way that this game has been played tonight, in that situation, I just don't see a call coming. Ball left side, Chonas handing to Wilbur, drives his way in, looks down low, and Wyman had a shot block. He didn't get away quickly enough, and that's what we've talked about tonight with Central. They're going to have to find the varsity speed of the game because Dickinson playing much faster than Central is, and they're going to have to find their way to kind of pick up that pace a little bit. That's one of those that Wyman has a good chance to score on. Widener cutting the basket, leaving one short. Wyman comes up with a rebound for Central. Outlets to Wilbur, hard take. Stevenson got him and one. How about the run for Cole Wilbur coming up the floor, getting out in front of Stevenson and absorbing the hit, and he'll go to the foul line for a bonus as well. We take a look at it. The American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Good transition play here by Central. Quick outlet comes out to Wilbur on the wing, and Wilbur just gets that step, kind of goes in there and maybe did the offensive thing where he took the step in towards the defender and made sure the defender got him, looking for the and one. He ends up empty on the foul shot, and that will cut the lead to 22 at 54-32. Ball top of the key, Glasser working right side. He'll go to the basket, leave one short. Foul against Braden DeLorme, his second. And this will put Dickinson on the foul line with 16:10 left to play in the second half. Be able to tell you a little bit about what we have coming up as far as the schedule is concerned for both the Central teams here tonight as Glasser comes up empty on the front end of 2. Kind of see where they're going next and kind of plot out a strategy for you here as to where these teams are going to go going forward. But we've got conference basketball, as we mentioned, starting on Tuesday. Red River's going to host West Fargo Horace as the Fourth is scored by Dylan Glasser, and he makes the backgammon. Brooklyn Bruce is trapped immediately on the inbounds play. Comes back to the middle of the floor, was able to find his way out. Braden DeLorme will drive to the basket and had a shot block. Cameron Wolf got back, stood in front of DeLorme after DeLorme thought he was open. A drive inside, the ball stripped free by Jonas behind Boston Cranston. This ends up on the floor, rolls out of bounds off of Central, and will stay with Dickinson. Central hosts Bismarck St. Mary's tomorrow and then starts in the league on Thursday against Fargo Shanley. That'll be the next matchup, or couple of matchups, if you will, for Grand Forks Central. So St. Mary's here tomorrow. Minot North is in town tomorrow against Red River. Wolf comes up with a three that is short. Rebound pulled down by Cole Wilbur. 3-on-2 for Central. They'll look to the left side of the floor. Wyman kicking out to the corner. Jonas a head fake, works to the Lorm. 3 on the way short. The ball's headed back to Dickinson. So first conference game for Central coming up on Thursday. That would be on the boys' side of things. Run things down for the girls when we have an opportunity. Ball right side, Cameron Wolf knifes one down to Boston Cranston. We'll see a ball out of bounds as Cranston couldn't hold the dribble inbounds. And so this will head back into the hands of Grand Forks Central after a turnover. And the Knights will come back up the floor with the basketball. Left side, a drive with Peralt. He gets trapped in the corner. Boy, this entire Dickinson defensive unit, they're constantly looking for an opportunity to produce the trap. They feel really confident about their opportunity. Same schedule for the Central girls, by the way. Tomorrow at home against St. Mary's, they'll play the late game at 3. And then they're playing against Fargo Shanley at home, or actually on the road at 7:15. So back to that putrid there and here. I don't like the schedule. I hate to use a strong word like that as Wolf pulls up and misses, but that we're going to play you there with the boys and the girls here. And I think it's more of an EDC thing. I don't think that the Grand Forks teams really like it, but they play it because that's kind of the schedule that they're given. I've never really been a big fan of it. I've never really heard of anybody that is a big fan of it, to tell you the truth. But the schedule is what it is, and from what we understand, the schedule's more dictated out of Fargo than it is collaborated upon by the teams in the league. Cole Wilbur into the front court, 55-32. Central down by 23. DeLorme in the top of the key. 3 by Peralt, comes up short. Rebound loose in the perimeter, taken by Brooklyn Bruce. He'll come back to Wilbur, pulls up for 3 out of the corner. That one a little short as well. And the rebound to Widener, who's got an open man at the floor. Glasser releasing, reaches up, makes a jump catch, and Brooklyn Bruce got back to disrupt it from behind. Dickinson, we'll talk about what they have for a schedule coming up here. They're going to be in Fargo coming up tomorrow. Step right side, and Daychild will travel on his way to the basket. Dickinson will play tomorrow at Fargo South. So Dickinson goes down the road, either staying in Grand Forks tonight or going to Fargo tonight and then staying there, but they'll play the Bruins coming up tomorrow. And then the Dickinson girls will play at Williston at 6 o'clock coming up on the 17th as their first WDA game. And again, for those of you that are out west watching tonight, that's probably 6 o'clock local time, I'm going to guess. So that may be 7 o'clock in Williston, 6 o'clock at your place. It may be 6 o'clock and 7:45 as part of a doubleheader. Not familiar with exactly how they do things out there. I think they play a lot of doubleheaders in the WDA. 3 from Central comes up short. Ball right side. Glasser going for an awkward reverse. He missed the layup. And it brings down with Peralt. He'll kick it out to the left wing, and Brooklyn Bruce will go to the basket and score for Central. Brooklyn Bruce with 10. And that will bring the lead to 55-34. Dickinson by 21. Just under 14 minutes to play here in the second half. Glasser stop and go dribble, scoop layup, and it rolls off. Rebound deflected towards the baseline and saved by Daychild off of Cole Wilbur. And he'll end up keeping the ball in the possession of the Midgets. Taking a look at the Dickinson boys schedule. They have that listed at 7:30 at Williston. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's 6 and 7:30 local time in Williston on the 17th as the first conference games. Couple of Tuesdays from now? Step in, spin move, and a kick back out top of the key. Ball picked up by Jack Hammond. They'll work to the right corner. Daychild, a follow-away 3 is short. Rebound strong to the perimeter, and Daychild's able to outrun DJ Peralta to get to the basket. Boston Cranston driving baseline, kicking out Widener, a right corner three. He'll connect. Widener's got 18. So at South for the Midgets tomorrow, and then 17 days off before they play again inside the league. That's probably a little tough scheduling. Dickinson probably would have liked to have had that a little bit differently and see if they can't get another game in there instead of waiting 10 days, especially after playing this well here tonight in their opener. A spin, Wilbur, fall away from 18 is good. Cole Wilbur finding his way to 10. Both Wilbur and Bruce with 10 points now for Central. And the lead is 22 at 58-36 Dickinson. Cranston putting his back to the basket, working it on Wilbur. Stop in the lane, pulls up, foul. Brooklyn Bruce over the top on help side. Likely going to be called for it. If you're looking for the good news here for Central tonight, you watch Brooklyn Bruce, and it seems like Brooklyn Bruce is none the worse for wear when it comes down to his left leg. He had an injury, I believe it was some kind of an infection that was so bad that they had to carve out part of his left calf muscle. That happened during the football season, and I think very early, like we were expecting Brooklyn Bruce to be a wide receiver of some impact for Grand Forks Central, and then when he was lost, just didn't really have the ability to put him or something like him on the field at that point. But it's surprising that he's playing here in the opener as Boston Cranston makes both. He's got 17. Lead back to 24 at 60-36, and a kicked basketball on the inbounds pass by Dickinson will keep it with Central. But you go in, and they actually go in and carve out part of your left calf muscle. And when Central played Wapaton at the end of the regular season, talked to Brooklyn down in Wapaton. That's a basketball or a football game that we're talking about, obviously. And he was ready to get back into the training room that week. They hadn't quite cleared him yet, but he was ready to go. And so to see him out here, amazing, and at the same time, not surprising for a guy like Brooklyn Bruce. Zane Martin, top of the key, looking left side. Trey Wyman got to the basket and scores. Wyman with 5. And the Knights have worked the lead back down to 22 at 60-38, 6 minutes into the second half. Widener hit by a double team on the post. He'll look back into the lane. A cut inside by Bullinger. Kick out. Daychild for 3, no good. Rebound put back. Widener comes up strong. Another rebound deflected, but Daychild can't run it down. And this is going to head back to Grand Forks Central. Ball goes back with Grand Forks Central. This will be kicked out to the near side. Zade Martin hits a 3. Zade Martin with a at 60-41. So not a bad situation here for Central, trying to work some doubt back into this thing, but Cranston will take some doubt right out of it. Boston Cranston now with 20. The lead back to 22 at 63-41. Here's a 3 by Peralt. And we'll see a foul coming up on the rebound, or was that off of the shot clock? I think it was off of one of the wires of the shot clock. Well, they're walking the length of the floor. No, they're not. That's just Dickinson getting the basketball back and coming up for an easy transition. Ball at the right side. Daychild for Dickinson. Back top of the key. Widener pulls the trigger for 3. Short. Rebound to Quante Henry. And if you're Dan Glasser, the head coach of Dickinson, you know that shot by Widener was not really well set up. And you want your team to still finish strong. You understand you've got this thing with a 20-point lead in control of the game, but you want to make sure that you finish strong at the same time. I'm not so certain that Coach Glasser's concerned about the way his offense is finishing because his defense is continuing to finish strong, although Widener is going to call for a little hands-on here. Nolan Widener with his second, but this has just been a Dickinson defense that's been very good, fast, and physical. And they haven't given Central much of a chance to breathe at all throughout the course of the night tonight. Zade Martin to inbound for Central, and it's thrown away. That was read well and taken away by Cameron Wolf, and we'll see a foul the other direction as Trey Wyman's going to be called for his 4th personal foul. His minutes limited severely by foul trouble tonight. And Wyman will come out of the game replaced by Cole Wilbur with a solid 10 minutes and 40 seconds left to go here in the second half. Well, for Central, you knew it was going to be tough to rebuild. You lose Eric Pay, you lose Ross Wilbur, you lose really some great players there offensively, and then Jack Simmers, who did a little bit of everything for you. Here's a whistle and a travel against Dickinson. And not surprising at all to see a Central team that's kind of struggling to find its identity in the early going. But that all being said, the defensive effort that has been put together by Dickinson tonight leaves you wondering what you're going to do if you run into a team that's going to have more size than you, which many of them, if not all of them, will. And then the quickness factor. Martin, little crossover. He drives the basket, misses it short. Good play, though, by Martin to find himself a shot. Nate Stevenson comes down with a rebound for Dickinson. Comes up the floor, jump stop, got to the elbow, and got stripped. And there will be a foul coming up here against the Midgets. Going to go against Caden Jonas, I believe. Yep, Caden Jonas will pick up his first. And that's number 5 against Central with 10:08 remaining in the second half of play. And Nate Stevenson will find himself on the foul line for the first time tonight and connects for his 7th point. Again, we're back at it coming up on Tuesday with a double-decker of games in basketball. A doubleheader at Red River between Red River and Horace in the league opener. And East Grand Forks and Crookston will play their game out in girls basketball at East Grand Forks on Tuesday night. And then on Thursday, I believe we're set for more hockey. I think the West Fargo Packers are supposed to be in town against Red. No, correction. That's going to be Central and Red River. That was a change in the schedule. Another Gambucci Cup game coming up on Thursday night in hockey as Wilbur pulls up and misses. And a rebound to Dylan Glasser. Originally, they were waiting on that one for Hockey Day in Grand Forks, but that event did not come to fruition this year as Dickinson turns one over for Leland Villars. And so the schedule was changed, and a game that was to be Red River West Fargo is now going to be Central Red River, and that will be the one that Red River hosts at Eagles Arena. So that'll be on Thursday night. We'll have that for you, and I think the full crew is going to be out that night on the sideline, in the press box. So I'll bring you really good coverage of Central Red River in a Gambucci Cup matchup. And that Gambucci Cup standings issue, East Grand Forks doing a number on the chances of the other teams to win as a 3 from DJ Peralt. He knocks down his 8th. And the lead has been cut to 21 at 65-44, but still all Dickinson by a 21-point margin. Cameron Wolf in the top of the key for Dickinson, looking backdoor baseline for Widener in the right corner. Widener hard against Wilbur, turns, falls away and scores from 6. Nolan Widener with 20. Second midget to 20 points tonight. Boston Cranston got to 20 earlier. Lead still 23. And now a steal of a high post entry pass. Nate Stevenson steps in front of it. Cole Wilbur gets back to defend him, and there will be a foul. Jonas, Wilbur both there, putting some body in on Stevenson. And this foul, I believe, is going to go against Jonas. Caden Jonas will pick up his second. With East Grand Forks defeating both Central and Red River in those first games of the Gambucci Cup Series, neither Central nor Red River controls their own destiny in the Gambucci Cup Series at all. Either team is going to have to get help in order to win the Gambucci Cup. They're not going to be able to simply win their way to it. 6 quick points were taken. First foul shot was good for Stevenson. The second was not. And so it's a 68-44 lead for Dickinson and another turnover as Peralt brought the ball up the floor and Dickinson vulturously takes it away from behind. And Nate Stevenson hesitates and dribble, gets the basket and scores. Nate Stevenson now with a double-figure day. He's got 11. 70-44. Brooklyn Bruce in transition scores his 12th. Lead 70-46. We'll talk more about that Gambucci Cup Series situation. Boston Cranston looking off towards the right side. Leland Villars trying to kick it back to the corner, and Glasser was forced out of bounds, but they're going to call a foul, I believe, on the contact against Braden DeLorme. East Grand Forks sitting at 6 points in that Gambucci Cup Series, 2 games still to go get. And so if you're either Central or Red River, in order for you to defeat East Grand Forks for the Gambucci Cup, you are going to have to beat East Grand Forks and get help from your crosstown rival in also beating East Grand Forks to keep them at 6 points, because the most you can get is 9 in 3 wins. Glasser's first foul shot is good for Dickinson. That will give him 5. So East Grand Forks, if you're going to beat East Grand Forks out right now, there's several opportunities, go to a shootout, that type of thing, but just straight up wins 5-on-5. If you're Central or Red River, East Grand Forks cannot score again, which means that you have to sweep what you have left, the 3 games you have left, and your crosstown rival has to beat East Grand Forks as well as you in order for you to claim the Gambucci Cup. So neither Central nor Red River controls their own destiny. Both foul shots were good for Dickinson. They lead by 26. A kick left side. 3 on the way by DeLorme out of the corner is good. Braden DeLorme with 8. And that will cut the lead to 72-49 in favor of Dickinson. Glasser left alone for 3 on top. Left it short. Ball deflected back to the perimeter. Glasser picks it up off the miss. Drives the basket. Misses on a reverse layup. And the rebound comes down underneath for DJ Peralta, who will sling it. Brooklyn Bruce into the front court, taking a transition pass. Left-hand dribble into the lane, a stop and a kick out. Peralta taking a look. He'll drive baseline, misses off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected to the perimeter, and Wilbur put a body check in on, I believe, Bullinger? No, correction, Jack Hammond. And Cole Wilbur will pick up his first personal foul. Don't anticipate a lot of timeouts being taken the rest of the way. Both teams have played their 9, but just a tough start tonight for Central. They were down by 30 at one juncture. It's been basically 23-26 since that point. Got it down to 19 at one point on a 3-point shot here early in the second half. And we'll have to wait and see. Is this Dickinson team going to be this good against their competition in the East region, or I should say rather in the West region, or is Grand Forks Central going to have a lot of growing to do as the season goes on? And obviously it's one game out of the sample size. But Dickinson goes to Fargo South tomorrow, and we'll have probably a little better picture what's going to go on at that point. Second foul shot is good. So Jack Hammond with 6, and it's 74-49. A 25-point lead for the Midgets. Wilbur, couple of crossover dribbles into the front court. Defended well, comes back right side, finding Peralta. Peralta crossover, back to the top of the key for Wyman, playing with 4 fouls. Bruce coming back to the wing to take the basketball. Bruce crossover, got to the baseline, pulls up from 16 feet, rimmed one short. Cameron Wolf the rebound for the Midgets. He'll play it to Boston Cranston. Off the left side, Villars, back to Cranston, back to the basket, looking down low, finding Glasser on a cut that Central will defend with a tipped ball out of bounds. And it will stay Midget basketball with 6:47 to go. Inbounds play out towards the top of the key, deflected, and the loose ball pulled down by Peralta. He'll get away from Cameron Wolf and score. Cameron Wolf with a loud slap off the backboard. But it comes up empty, and Peralta scores on the lay-in. And now a travel against Villars. And the ball will go back to Grand Forks Central. 74-51 on the All-True scoreboard. Scoreboard updates brought to you by All-True. Regular screenings with All-True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org. Call 780-5000. Bruce, crossover. Hard take to the basket with the right hand. Nice play, Brooklyn Bruce. 14 points for Brooklyn Bruce. And the Knights back within 21. Take to the basket with the left hand. Shot comes up short from Jack Hammond, and a foul on the rebound. That will keep the ball with Grand Forks Central. Hammond will pick up his first. Not sure what was going on there. The official that called the foul was just staring daggers into Jack Hammond, and I'm not really sure why, but hopefully everything's okay out there. Wilbur will take the inbounds pass from Braden DeLorme. And Wilbur will bring it Central into the front court. Drive off the right side by Wilbur. Got a bump, left him alone. Takes the 3, hits it. Cole Wilbur stepping into a 3-point shot. 13 points for Wilbur. And that drops the lead to 18 with just under 6 to go. 74-56. Boston Cranston backing his way in. Turn, pulls up on a tough look in the baseline, missed it. And the rebound pulled down by Brooklyn Bruce. And a score here, well, might put a little doubt into it yet at the end of the night. Wyman top of the key, spin move, explodes the basket, reverse layup. Wyman scores. How about Trey Wyman cutting his way through the lane and scoring? And all of a sudden, Central is back within 16 at 74-58. Now, it's still 16, but Lead small as it's been in a while. Dylan Glasser out of the left corner. Bruce puts a body onto him to cut off the baseline. Cameron Wolf will pull the trigger for three and left it short. And a good block out rebound that's made by Braden DeLorme. And here comes Central back into the front court. Score cuts this to 13 points. Bruce on the top of the key, and we'll see a foul against Boston Cranston for tripping up Bruce. Well, right now it's a 6-possession game. And that's kind of weird to say, right? I mean, you don't really keep track of it that often, but a score here cuts it to 5, and you're going to see some of the, I guess you might say, more present defenders. Nate Stevenson comes back in, and Nolan Widener will come back in. So Central going to try, or rather Dickinson's going to try to tighten this thing up here at the end. Bruce jump stop, hard take to the basket, missed it. Rebound deflected to the perimeter. Jack Hammond is able to pull down the loose basketball, and Dickinson's back in the front court. Widener a stop. Boston Cranston back to the basket off the foul line. Backdoor cut, right basket for Bullinger, and Tatum Bullinger has his first 2 points. And the lead is up to 18. Here's a transition three by Bruce off the back end of the rim. Widener the rebound. And with 4.5 to go, Dickinson's trying to snuff out some of that Grand Forks Central momentum that had been built a couple of moments ago. Stevenson jab stepping, spin move on Chonas, double pivot, then the fall away. Hits it from 6 feet. Nate Stevenson. 13 points for Stevenson. And quickly the lead is back to 20 at 78-58. So it didn't take long after the substitutions for Dickinson to reestablish some control of the game. Wilbur, after a defensive switch, kicks left side. 3 on the way by DeLorme is good. Braden DeLorme with 11. Cuts the lead back to 17 at 78-61. Just under 4 to go. Widener working right side against DeLorme on a stop-and-go dribble. Turns it back to Stevenson. Left corner, Hammond curling back to the top of the key where Chonas comes out to get him. Back to Stevenson. Widener off the right side. Takes to the right elbow. Spin move against DeLorme to the basket. Left it short. Wyman comes down with a rebound. Quick outlet pass to Wilbur. Wilbur will go to the basket. Count it, 1. Wilbur going in and scoring for Grand Forks Central, and he'll draw a foul against Nate Stevenson. And the lead will be cut to 15 with a foul shot pending. And 3:32 to go. And a timeout's going to be taken by Dickinson as the Midgets want to talk about it a little bit, and why not? 78-63, the Knights back within 15. We have a timeout for Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround promotional goods store in Grand Forks, and Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of agricultural tires in the region. This is our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network at KNOX Sports.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh-baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Timeout taken by Dickinson as Grand Forks Central has cut a 30-point lead in half. Still just 3:32 to go here in the second half, but it's 78-63. The Midgets have their lead cut to 15, and Cole Wilbur at the foul line for a bonus ends up missing it. That would have cut it to 14, and the ball will stay with Dickinson. On the rebound, Nolan Widener into the front court, so a little bit of doubt creeps into this one here at the very end. The Knights were down 30 at one juncture. I believe it was 41-11 was the biggest deficit. And Central down the stretch trying to get things going. Here's Nate Stevenson with the up and under double pivot. Stevenson's having himself a real blue-collar second half. That gets him to 15 points. He's got 9 in the second half, 3 of 4 shooting to go along with 6 field goals tonight. Ball top of the key, and DeLorme will take one, give it back to Quante Henry. Henry stops, sets down a dribble, curling back to the top for Peralt. Peralt looking, will hand it back off to DeLorme. Clock ticking. DeLorme driving in. Shot clock under 10. DeLorme scoop layup will score. 13 for DeLorme. Long pass up the floor. Nolan Widener to the basket, missing. And Quante Henry pulls down the rebound, and we'll see a foul on the rebound that's going to have Central walking the other way to shoot foul shots. Nolan Widener with his third. And Nolan Widener a little confused, not exactly sure what it was that drew on the whistle at that point, but Central's going to have a chance to cut this thing to 13 from the foul line, shooting 1-for-1 penalty. Quante Henry 0 for 1 from the foul line tonight. And Henry's first is on the way and no good. Boy, those are moments when you were down that big, you have to come up, make at least one of those, maybe get a rebound after a miss, see if you can't cut this thing down to 11 or so. Drive by Boston Cranston, stripped of the basketball. Zane Martin comes away with it for Central. He's trapped in the backcourt by Stevenson. Late whistle and a foul against Stevenson. And what we're seeing here, folks, and I mean, obviously it's working in the advantage of Central, but I don't like what's happening. We're seeing now the game start to get a little different feel from the officials because they kind of want to get the bodies off of each other here at the end of the game. And I can understand the intent as the first foul shot for Martin won't fall, but it's been played that way the whole game. And so when you start doing things where you'll blow the whistle on something like that at the end of the game, some teams are going to have some question marks. And I mean, here's a very light foul for a hand check. Then that was allowed the entire first half. So I'm not really sure if the officials have kind of talked things over and said, okay, guys, here's what we didn't get right in the first half, and we have to sort of step into this and make sure that it doesn't happen. And, you know, everybody is having a first game here, to include the referees, so it's not like it's egregious or anything like that, but it's just one of those things where you're going to want some consistency flow in this. Cranston hits the first foul shot. 21 points for Boston Cranston tonight, again, in a returning all WDA selection last year as a sophomore and probably considered to be the leading returner for Dickinson coming back in. Second foul shot won't fall. Rebound saved inbounds, way out by the stripe, and Boston Cranston was able to go out and get it. Cameron Wolf was the man that saved it for Dickinson. Lead is 16 for the Midgets at 81-65. Dickinson with the basketball, and Cranston hard take to the basket, got a shot blocked. Big step up by DJ Peral, just swatting the shot from Cranston. Shot clock at 10 seconds as the Midgets will get set to inbound the basketball. With 1:47 to go. Widener bluffing an inbound play. Comes out top of the key for Tatum Bullinger. He'll go to the basket, missing. And the rebound taken down by Caden Jonas for Grand Forks Central. Well, can the Knights cut this thing to 13? Maybe get a stop and cut it to 10. Bruce out by the circle. Defended wide by Dylan Widener. I mean, they're going to put a body on Bruce no matter where he goes. Jump stops through a double team, got to the basket on a carry, and Brooklyn Bruce, little jump stop, stepping out of it. Surprised didn't get called for the travel. That's 16 for Brooklyn Bruce, and the lead is cut to 14 with 1:15 to go. Ball slap loose. Tatum Bullinger picks it up for Dickinson. Gets trapped in the corner, looking for a way around Jonas. Comes back towards the wing, and there's all kinds of contact right now defensively. A lot of body, a lot of stuff. Bullinger will pull the trigger for three. That's off the heel. Rebound out to the perimeter, and Widener runs it down offensively for Dickinson. Fresh 30 seconds. Step into the lane. Bullinger kicking out, Cranston kicking out to Cameron Wolf. Back to Cranston off the left wing. Couple of jab steps against Trey Wyman. Shot clock at 20 seconds. Cranston curling off contact, spinning in the lane. Back to Wolf, and now Widener. He'll pull the trigger for three, and it's good. Nolan Widener steps up and hits his fifth three of the night. That will give him 23 points this evening. And the lead is back to 17 with 30 seconds to go. On top, Bruce, step back three on the way. That one's off the heel of the rim, no good. Shot clock's off, and no need for Dickinson to do anything more. Midget's going to go to 1-0, and Central will fall to 0-1. And a tough start to the game tonight for Central. They found a little bit of something they could work with at the end of the night, but not enough and not early enough For Grand Forks Central, the Knights are beaten by a final score of 84-67 this evening here at Central High School. Our post-game report is on the way next. Stay with us as we continue along with our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. We'll come back with our post-game report in just a couple of moments.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
Welcome back to our post-game report that we have for you this evening here in the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight. Grand Forks Central beaten by a final score of 84-67 in the back half of our doubleheader tonight. In the front half, it was a 68-56 win for Grand Forks Central this evening over Dickinson. We start the basketball seasons here tonight, and with the win tonight, Grand Forks Central improves to 1-0 in girls play. The loss will drop Grand Forks Central to 0-1 in boys play. A lot of work left to do for the Grand Forks Central boys basketball team, and Dickinson very impressive. Hats off to the defensive effort that they were able to put on tonight. When we take a look at the turnover numbers in this one, when we get it coming up tomorrow, it will be an impressive number. And 2 20-point scorers tonight for Dickinson as well. Post-game report brought to you tonight by Spray Advantage and by Lake Region State College. Spray Advantage, everything you need for spraying and application on your farm. The difference between Spray Advantage and their competitors is that Spray Advantage has what you're looking for in stock. Tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, and seed tenders. And 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. Spray Advantage. Make them a part. Agricultural game plan now and for years to come. And our post-game report tonight brought to you by Lake Region State College in Devils Lake. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. Precision agriculture, law enforcement, nursing, just some of the careers that you can supercharge your way into at Lake Region State College. Get done in 2 years and start your earning, or take those credits with you to any four-year institution in North Dakota and continue that educational journey. Lake Region State College, we change lives. Well, let's run through the final numbers on this one tonight with our Who Lit the Lamp, brought to you by Bergstrom Electric this evening. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter. For Dickinson, 23 points for Nolan Widener, 21 points for Boston Cranston. And the 21 from Boston Cranston, they're going to look for that, but Nolan Widener knocking down 5 3-point shots tonight. That was enough to keep this Dickinson team unpredictable offensively, but really it was the defensive number they were able to put together. They led 41-11 to start this game tonight. Nate Stevenson with 15 points. He had a great second half, 9 of his 15 coming after the break. Jack Hammond and Dylan Glasser each with 6, 8 for Cameron Wolf tonight, and a pair each for Tatum Bullinger and Jordan Daychild. For Central, a hard-fought 16 for Brooklyn Bruce, 15 for Cole Wilbur, and 13 for Braden DeLorme to lead the way. And they seemed to find their groove as the night went on. This is a team that will improve. They actually put 4 in double figures tonight. DJ Peralt also knocks down 10. Trey Wyman with 7. Zaid Martin with 3. Quante Henry with 2. And a single tonight for Caden Jonas. And again, your final score, 84-67 in favor of the Dickinson Midgets. Let's go to our post-game awards that we have for you tonight. And we'll limit that. Obviously, don't have celebrations in basketball. We have those in hockey, right? But our celebration of the game is typically brought to you by Balloons by Misty. And that means the party just hasn't started. It's not a celebration until the balloons arrive. Compliments of Balloons by Misty. Balloons by Misty's been doing work on the national level. You've seen her work on television as of late, nationally, and also a work with UND and NDSU. They've done some great things there. And make sure you take advantage of her talents. Balloons by Misty's right here in Grand Forks, and they can take your celebration up to the next level. Remember, it's not a celebration until the balloons arrive. with Balloons by Misty. Now, Player of the Game Award tonight brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR, where the PS stands for Peaceful Season. Yes, we've entered the Christmas season, and PS Garage Doors is ready to help you if you need any service on your garage door, because the PS also stands for perfect service. If you've got a garage door that's hesitating, not getting down to make the seal that it needs to with the ground to keep snow out of that garage of yours, call PS Garage Doors at 772-DOOR. If it's time for a new garage door, the PS stands for painless shopping. You can find their warehouse in the industrial park on the other side of the I-29 overpass, 4733 Demers in Grand Forks. On the girls' side of things tonight, player of the game for me is going to be J.C. Reardon, 14 points. And again, I didn't get the rebound numbers, but it's got to be around 13, 14, 15 rebounds tonight for J.C. Reardon. I mean, it can't be any less than that. A double-double for J.C. Reardon. She's going to be our Player of the Game award tonight for Grand Forks Central on the girls' side. On the boys' side of things tonight, Brooklyn Bruce coming out there playing the entire game with a carved-out calf to get this thing started tonight, leads the way with 16 points, and Brooklyn Bruce will be our Player of the Game award winner tonight on the boys' side of things. And our Player of the Game award brought to you tonight by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR. And our finest cover of the game brought to you tonight by Finest Auto Trim, where their motto is big or small, they cover it all. Finest Auto Trim specializes in recovering vehicle and marine seats. If you've got a boat that took plenty of sun and heat, and the seats faded and cracked throughout the course of this last summertime use season, get those seats recovered for you so it's up to shape and looking good when it's time to come out there for the next season. And for those of you in agriculture, if those implements didn't have the comfortable seats that you're looking for and it's time for a change, then it's time for a change. So get that done. Get those seats in to Finest Auto Trim so that they can recover those seats, and you'll have the support that you're looking for out of your implements coming up this next agricultural season. Finest Auto Trim, big or small, they cover it all. That award tonight also is going to go to Lauren Reardon with the rebounding numbers that she had this evening. I mean, it's just, J.C. Reardon, my apologies. J.C. Reardon going to pick up that award, and I know that kind of doubles her up with the awards, Player of the Game award from the girls' game, and also the overall finest cover of the game. But if you saw what she did rebounding the basketball in that girls matchup tonight, it was absolutely stellar. Just a great effort from J.C. Reardon, and so she's going to pick up that award, compliments of Finest Auto Trim with the finest cover of the game. All right, we're going to take the break for the weekend. We come back on Tuesday. Red River's at home with West Fargo Horace in a doubleheader in basketball. We'll have that from Red River High School on Tuesday, and also on Tuesday over at East Grand Forks. It will be East Grand Forks hosting Crookston in girls basketball. Then on Thursday at Eagles Arena, another Gambucci Cup matchup between Central and Red River, and we'll have it for you coming up on Thursday night from Eagles Arena, so join us for that. We got a great week of sports coming up with you right here on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. So join us for that going forward. We appreciate everybody for joining us tonight. Back to regular programming on the radio side of things this evening. And for those of you on the video side of things here this evening, thank you for joining us. We couldn't do it without you. We want to thank our fine sponsors, Rivards Turf and Forage, and Grand Trailer Sales, our premium sports partners, for bringing you this coverage tonight. We'll see you again going down the road. This has been our coverage of high school basketball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Sports.